There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, the first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 108, Sub-Rule 2, which provides that the time allocated to a member of each party for making a declaration of vote must be determined by the Rules Committee, taking into account the proportional strength of the parties, limits the time allocated to a member from each party for making a declaration of vote on any budgetary review and recommendation report to not more than 2 minutes for this annual session. I so move, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's no objections. Agreed to. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? The ANC?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The past Saturday, Bezbuya, Begumnandi, Begusindwe Ngobethole, and marked another momentous occasion in the country's history. On that day, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa handed over a certificate of recognition which officially recognized King Misuzulu Singobile Kazwelithini as the reigning monarchy of the Zulu nation. This took place at Moses Mabhida Stadium. The ceremony served to ensure that King is recognized by the state. Attendees included President Ramaphosa, Zulu royal family, members of the cabinet, members of parliament, including Bheki Hadebe, premiers, provincial governments, members of the legislative councillors, leaders of Chapter 9 institution, religious leaders, and various leaders of other sectors. The event drew thousands of national and international visitors. The handover ceremony followed a traditional coronation ceremony of entering the crown held in Kangela Amankengane Royal Palace in August of this year. The ceremony included the king taking special oath of office administered by the designated member of the judiciary. As the ANC, we commend various government departments who worked hard to ensure that the event was successful. We recognize King Misuzulu Singobile Kazwelithini.
Honorable Bheki Hadebe, your time is now expired. The Democratic Alliance.
The Minister of Public Enterprises, Praveen Gordhan, and some of his officials flew solo on the selection of Takatso as a strategic equity partner for SAA, contrary to the widely held impression he created that RMB was the transaction advisor on the deal. Moreover, Minister Gordhan has been criticized for failing to consult with National Treasury over selecting an investor for SAA, which he has defended as not being a necessary step in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. The Treasury has concurred with this view, but has said that if it had been consulted, it would have flagged several serious risks. Perhaps this is the reason the minister steered clear of Treasury, lest the risks identified scuppered his hasty allocation of, shall we say, friendly folk to the investor consortium. To add insult to injury, SAA has now approached only one company, Airbus, to purchase a new aircraft, despite the requirement that this must be an open RFP to all suppliers, and as such contradicts normal tender requirements. If all this makes you wonder what the minister is up to, you wouldn't be wrong to be worried. Perhaps he'll see fit to assure the nation with transparent disclosure, alien as that is to the Minister of Command and Control, that no skullduggery is at play. Like many in the House, I won't hold my breath, which is why I'm bringing it to this House's attention.
The EFF,
Thank you very much, Chair. House Chair, yesterday the country woke up to the news that Komati coal-fired power station in Mpumalanga was decommissioned. As the EFF, we maintain that this is nothing but a wider scheme of industrial scale looting of electricity generation, public infrastructure under the guidance of Mr. Pravin Gordhan. The manner in which ESCOM management is aggressively disposing of public infrastructure is driven by greed and nothing else. These reckless and corrupt decisions do not have the best interest of South Africans or Black people at heart. We're witnessing an unprecedented collapse of state capacity, strategic capacity that should form part of the reindustrialization of South Africa. This is made worse by the fact that the people who are in charge have a very poor understanding of the role of procurement in localization, building industries and creating jobs. There is a witch hunt of Black people and Black suppliers. The Minister of Public Enterprise with Andrew de Ruyter and Jan Oberholzer, beneficiaries of apartheid, are pursuing a racist agenda. Black executives are passed only to be replaced by whites and Indians, the children and grandchildren of apartheid murderers. Black suppliers are passed to make way for Stephen Kusef. They even bribe judges like Bashir Veli to cite non-existent affidavits in racist agenda to oppress Black people. They cite the non-existent board's resolution. We know that Econ Oil Sin was to be awarded a contract that Mr. Gordhan and his daughter, together with Investec subsidiary, wanted. The truth will come out, and this
Honourable
time,
Member,
Mr.
your time is now
the
expired.
establishment will not protect him.
The
I thank you.
ANC. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We welcome the recent agreement on ESCOM concluded with 4 independent power producers for commercial lease and use of land of its Majuba and Tutuka power stations in Mpumalanga. This is the first batch to lease agreement ESCOM has signed with private companies to develop renewable power projects on land around its stations. The successful bidders that are HDF Energy SA, Red Rocket SA, Solar Group, and Mainstream Renewable Power Development SA are expected to invest about 40 billion to develop this first tranche of private renewable energy projects on ESCOM-owned land. This investment will take place in Mpumalanga, adjustment to existing coal-fired station, and will put together an energy mix for South Africa. This is sensible and will create jobs of regenerating clean energy in Mpumalanga. Honorable House Chair, ESCOM owns about 36,000 hectares in the province, and this first round bidding made available several parcels of land, announcing at about 6,000 hectares. The 4 investors will lease 6,184 hectares for 25 to 30 years each and contribute at least 2,000 megawatts to the national electricity grid. Honorable House Chair and the company are given access to the land on use it or lose it basis. And should they fail to reach the certain development goals within 3-year period, the land will be taken back to ESCOM.
Honourable Member,
Such
your time is
development
now
will be
expired.
appreciated and applauded. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africans have long been lamenting the negative impact and dangers posed by illicit mining activities and illegal miners. Today, we are here again to do the same thing. The lack of proper sealing of mines by the government and mining companies has created an enabling environment for illegal mining activities and continues to put the lives of many individuals and communities who live in areas close to these mines at risk. It is unfair to expect people in these communities to live normally when they are exposed to enhanced levels of vulnerability and danger and have to share spaces with the illegal miners. A few months ago, we reflected on how we took the tragic rape of 8 Krugersdorp women to shine light on how dangerous and harmful illicit mining activities and illegal miners are for the people of South Africa, and for South African communities. Today, we stand here again with another situation in Mpumalanga where primary school learners and their teachers were intimidated by illegal minors, disrupting their entire day of learning. This has in more ways than one proved to us that the government has failed to heed any warnings from us and the people on improving how they protect the people who live in the communities where illegal mining is prevalent. It is both government and law enforcement duty to ensure that they put an end to the operation of illegal miners that hamper our developmental goals. Government. must
Member,
make
your
sure that
time is now
illegal
expired.
miners to book in order
The
to
FF
restore
plus.
safe. Thank you.
Voorzitter. The Department of Basic Education and the ruling party is in the process of having the billable, which has a purpose, among others, to vest more power in the hands of provincial educational departments. In the meantime, a draft guideline for the socio-educational inclusion of diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, and sex characteristics in schools has been made known, although not published. Apparently, the plan is to implement these guidelines in January 2023, although it is still largely unknown. It seems as if the department follows an agenda on sexual matters with which it wishes to surprise the public. 2 years ago, there were plans for comprehensive sexual education, which was apparently shelved after public outcry, not about the principle, but about the specific nature and contents. Now, a department which cannot eradicate pit toilets wants to compel schools to create toilets and change rooms with cubicles which will give full privacy so that no gender indications have to be displayed at the outsides of the buildings. Teachers must be allies of learners with alternative SOGI identities and will receive aid if it is beyond their own views. It should be a surprise to nobody if parents increasingly to move out of the state system for schooling and render the billable useless. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The Western Cape Department of Education under the DA has withdrawn subsidies earlier this month of scholar transport. This has led to a number of primary school children from Rosedale in George being left stranded without transport. What is troubling about this cancellation of subsidies is that many parents are unemployed and are unable to afford money to send their children to school. They are all dependent on scholar transport. After the sudden cancellation, parents were then instructed to send their children to the nearest school. Many of children have just started the last quarter of the school year. Apart from that, many parents have been informed that the nearest school are already full. Many children are currently at home due to this decision of the DA. ANC appealed that the matter needs to be looked at and the provincial government reconsider its decision. Thank you, House Chair.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. South African youngsters have found a new trip. It's economical, does not need a dealer, and is an addiction not easy to escape. Codeine, found in painkillers, cough syrups, and other over-the-counter remedies, is easily accessible and can cost 100 Rand under a bottle, under 100 Rand per bottle. Lean or scissor, which is codeine mixed with sodas, releases a feel-good reaction in the brain, and our children, who are easily addicted due to the underdevelopment of their rational decision-making capability in their adolescent years, are even bringing these drinks to schools. Opiate drugs like codeine, morphine, and heroin are addictive and with time require more and more to be effective. Testimony has been received from young people who have stolen metals and other expensive goods just to buy cheap cough syrups and painkillers. The Minister of Health must ensure that the recording of over-the-counter drugs, even Schedule II drugs, must be tightened up and more effectively monitored. The Minister of Basic Education must ensure that more stringent measures are taken inside and outside the schools to monitor the scourge. The Minister of Police must ensure that communities are made aware of this escalation of cheap drug use, and the Minister of Social Development must ensure that more rehabilitation centres are established and social workers better equipped to deal with this on the ground. Apart from Cape Town, there are no other provinces that have put plans in place to deal with gang and drug-related monitoring and the protection of their communities. It is time this ANC-led government started to care about its people and in particular, its youth. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Many people in this country know firsthand that Home Affairs is one of the most inefficient departments in government today. It is notorious for its mostly poor and substandard service. On the 25th of November 2021, Ms. K.E. Mulusiwa, the COO of Practice Educational Services, sent an email to the Director General of Home Affairs requesting their assistance with facilitating visa processing for the international delegates that will be attending the International Education Conference scheduled to be held from the 12th to the 17th of September 2022. Expected guest speakers reportedly included Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ms. Mulusiwa, however, received an acknowledgement on the 4th of February 2022. Then on the 8th of September 2022, she received an email stating that all applications of the international delegates who applied for e-visas had been rejected. The Home Affairs Minister should know that this treatment of Practice Educational Services and their international guests was cruel and appalling. They were left with huge debts and were thrown into a crisis because all the conference expenses had been paid in advance and were non-refundable. It is a shame to see how this government is destroying small businesses in this country through inefficiency and dismal service. Home Affairs must stop frustrating South Africans who are trying to make a living by destroying their livelihoods and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you so much, House Chair. The dear Mayor, Ms. Tanya Campbell, voted out. While we await, Chairperson, the vote to democratically vote out the Democratic Alliance Mayor of Johannesburg, Dr. Palatse, Ms. Tanya Campbell was voted out through a motion of no confidence in the city of Ekurhuleni on Wednesday, the 26th October 2022. The communities in Ekurhuleni are feeling the pinch of insensitive tariffs, and many have demanded the general sentiments that the situation is dire regarding the overall state of service delivery in the city. Governing through a coalition, there were complaints that the DA appointed mayor has delayed the appointment of the mayoral committee, and handling of the Tembisa protest over electricity tariff hikes was ineffectual. She has also neglected townships during her tenure. We welcome the change as the DA has been unsuccessful in shedding its racist veneer wherever it governs. Just recently, utterance made by Ms. Helen Zille have inadvertently shown that they really think of Black people in this country. The people of South Africa know the DA exists to preserve the privileges of the past, and the poor and the vulnerable are low on the list of priorities. And so thank you, Chair.
May I just request the ICT through the Sergeant at Arms. There's a member whose microphone is on the system, just to switch it off, please. The ATM. The ATM. The ANC.
House Chair, we welcome the National Framework towards Professionalization of the Public Sector as approved by Cabinet on the 19th of October 2022. This gives credence to President Cyril Ramaphosa's response to the recommendations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud. The professionalization framework is introduced to ensure that only qualified and competent individuals are appointed into position of authority in government. In pursuit of a transformed, professional, ethical, capable, and developmental public sector, public officials should have the right qualifications and technical skills and be inducted into Batho-Pele principles. They must live the values of Chapter 10 of the Constitution. The professionalization framework proposes that the appointment of the boards and executives of SOEs should be based on merit. To further improve SOEs' performance, efficiency, competent, and autonomous management bodies must be appointed to oversee SOE's day-to-day operations. By 2023, all new board members of all 721 SOEs will write compulsory pre-entry exams and must undergo compulsory induction before resuming duty and must be vetted. Prior to this, they must demonstrate suitability to an independent panel before their appointment. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The DA. May I ask the two members who are exchanging views here, the Honorable Paulson and the Honorable Khadebe, if you want to disrupt the sitting with your comments that you are making that has nothing to do with what we're doing here, then you must please go out and do it outside, please. I'm tired of this juvenile behavior. Please continue.
It is clear that coalition governments are the future of South African politics. This has been a trend that we have seen in many municipalities and metros where the ANC continues to plummet in support, and South Africans are placing their faith in various political parties. However, the politics of patronage continue to render some of these governments unstable. The residents are the real victims of governments that fall at the whims of greedy politicians. They are the ones who experience the halting of critical service delivery. That is why this House should support the DA's proposed legislation that would instill stability in coalition governments. We do this with 2024 in mind, where we are likely to see the end of an ANC majority government and the introduction of national and provisional coalition governments. We must pass legislation that will ensure that coalition governments place the interests of the people first. We should ensure that these are binding and that they are managed by an independent entity that will be ruthlessly objective, like we've seen in countries like Kenya. Any party that is committed to a maturing democracy should embrace the message that is sent to us by citizens. The time for one-party domination is over. The time for mature and principled coalition governments is now upon us.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We as the EFF in Parliament are extremely concerned that the frustrations of Black farmers that are not being listened to by the useless ANC-led government does not want Black people to meaningfully participate in the agriculture are not being listened to. About 200 farmers were allocated rural development and land reform. These farmers were given land formerly owned by the South African Development Trust or SADT farms on an area of about 300,000 hectares in Kagiso Molopo local municipality in the northwest. These farmers were allocated land whilst the department was fully aware that there is a serious water problem in the area where boreholes cannot pump more than 600 liters of water per hour, which makes them unable to cater for the available livestock in the area. The department committed to do bulk water supply to assist these farmers before 2004, and thus far nothing is happening. It is going to be 20 years in 2024 since the commitment was made, and the choices remains in the hands of our people to remove this useless ANC government in power. Farmers are in serious distress and can't grow in their business because of lack of underground water in the area and the empty promises by the department. Tiro Mongaketsi, a young farmer who is a 2019-2020 Samik National Beef Producer of the Year, finds himself trapped in the area and currently struggling to pursue his passion in agriculture. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the opening of a new state-of-the-art production site by an international plastic packaging and recycling company, ALPLA Group, on the 12th of October 2022 in Lanseria, near Johannesburg. The investment by the group is a key contribution to the Lanseria Smart City Master Plan and reflects the President's state stance on a position infrastructure development and the establishment of a new site as means to stimulate the economy and increase employment. Through this investment, 3,500 jobs will be created and an entrepreneurship program that will train 36 mechanics and recycling technicians for ALPLA operations across South Africa. The new premises boast 35,000 square meters of covered the production, administration and storage space, other 12,500 square meters for future expansion, and 30,000 square meters of roof area covered with solar panels. The plant is one of the largest solar installation on a privately owned manufacturing field in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The AIC. The AIC. The ANC.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The ANC remains committed to the universal progressive principle of resolving conflicts through peaceful means to promote peace, security, and stability on our continent and around the world.
Honourable Member, just hold it there. Can we just inform the Honourable Jafta that he is not audible? And also mute his microphone. I'll give him an opportunity after the statement to see if he's able to read his statement. The ANC.
The ANC remains committed to the universal progressive principle of resolving conflicts through peaceful means to promote peace, security, and stability on our continent and around the world. As a result of that, we welcome the trust the continent has in South Africa, as reflected in the request of the government of the Republic of South Africa to host the African Union-led peace talks between government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and Tigray. The peace talks, which were convened to find a peaceful and sustainable solution to a devastating conflict in Tigray region, was facilitated by the former President Olusegun Obasanjo of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, supported by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta of the Republic of Kenya and the former Deputy President Dr. Phumzile Mlambo of the Republic of South Africa. These talks ended on the 30th of October 2022. The ANC is confident and hopeful that the talks will result in a successful outcome that will lead to a lasting peace for all the people of our sister country, Ethiopia, in line with the African Union objectives of silencing the guns. Let peace reign in our country.
The AIC, the Honourable Jafta. Honourable members, it seems as if the Honourable Member cannot connect. That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? The Honourable Minister Nesi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank the members for their endorsement of the National Framework towards Professionalization of the Public Sector, as approved by the Cabinet on 19 October 2022. We see this as a game changer for the public service and further gives substance to President Cyril Ramaphosa's response to the recommendation of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud. The professionalization framework follows a process of research and consultation in its introduction, and its objective is to ensure that only qualified and competent individuals are appointed into positions of authority in pursuit of this transformed, professional, ethical, capable, and developmental public service. Public officials should have the right qualifications and technical skills. It is also about inculcating ethical principles at every stage, from the recruitment and selection to lifelong training. So public officials must be inducted into Batipili principles, and they must live the values of Chapter 10 of the Constitution. So the professionalization framework proposes that the appointments of boards and executives of the SOEs should be based on merit to further improve SOE's performance and efficiency. Competent and autonomous governance oversight bodies must be appointed to oversee the SOE's day-to-day operations. And by 2023, all new board members of all the 721 SOEs will write compulsory pre-entry exams and must undergo compulsory induction before resuming duty and must be vetted. Prior to this, they must demonstrate suitability and independent panel before their appointment. And the professionalization, therefore, of the public service is a priority for the administration in pursuit of an ethical, capable, and developmental public sector. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of International Relations.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wish to thank the Honorable Khadebe for drawing the National Assembly's attention to the inadequacy of school transport in various parts of the Western Cape. This terrible situation is made worse.
Honorable Minister Pando, you are not visible on the virtual platform. You may close your video or your camera if you wish to do so.
Right now, I will close it.
Thank
Thank you very much, Chair. The situation is made worse by the context of many areas of the Western Cape in which there are primary schools and totally inadequate numbers of secondary schooling. This merely serves to illustrate the Western Cape government's uncaring intent toward the education, particularly of poor and Black children in the Western Cape province. And it is vital that the portfolio committees in the National Assembly pay attention to this terrible situation and investigate it further. It is for this inadequacy that the DA's dream of a national coalition government will remain a fantasy for many years to come. The DA is banking its future on there being coalition governments at national level. The ANC is growing the organization, is campaigning hard, and is ensuring the increased provision of quality services to the people of South Africa in order to ensure that we continue to be of service and to lead governance in our country. Finally, Chairperson, I thank the ANC for raising the matter of the hosting of the peace talks between Ethiopia and Tigray. We had agreed with the negotiating parties that no media statements would be made until they are ready to make them. But I believe I can say to the National Assembly that the peace talks did not end on the 30th of October. The parties indicated there are further deliberations they'd want to have, and thus the talks are ongoing. We are honored as South Africa to have been asked to be the host, and we are hopeful that we will have an outcome that would contribute to entrenching both the silencing of the guns and peace in our sister country, Ethiopia. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Please allow me to mute my video because of the instability which I'm experiencing. Honorable Reverend Meshwe, there is no cogent reason why a Department of Home Affairs may find it within themselves to destroy other people's businesses. But I'm asking you to get your facts clear before you make such serious accusations. The matter you are talking about, we were conducted by the Department of Basic Education. A few days after the conference you are talking about was to take place, that we must help with visas agent. We always do so with our sister departments. You can ask the Department of Trade, Industry, and competition, how we work well with them on everyday basis. So the Department of Basic Education approached us. We don't give group visas, Honorable Measure. We give visas to individuals. That's what every country do, not group visas. We check those individuals individually. And the reason that they were rejected is because most of them submitted fraudulent documents. I'm sure you don't want me to encourage fraud in the country. That I will never do, and I won't apologize for fighting fraud. You are aware, or the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs is aware of the very serious report that was presented to the committee by a team headed by former Director General Lubisi, where they were reviewing all these permits and they were showing how people easily get permits fraudulently in South Africa. 16-year-olds getting permits to retire, getting retirement permits, and I'm just giving one example. So if the Department of Basic Education approaches us to help individuals, and in our helping them, we found that they are presenting fraudulent documents, we won't allow them to come in South Africa. Part of the reason why people do this is because they know South Africans hate their country. They always believe they are the ones who are wrong. Like now, you are concluding that is the Department of Home Affairs that is wrong. You will never imagine for a second that those people looking for visas can go wrong. And I'm telling you today, they were wrong because they presented fraudulent documents, and we are not apologizing for not allowing them in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises. Before I recognize the Minister, the Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Chairperson, I just want to address you on the rules that said at the conclusion of statements by members, a minister or deputy minister present may be given an opportunity to respond for not more than 2 minutes for any statement. I had my stopwatch on and the minister exceeded the 2 minutes.
Honourable Member, in terms of the guides in front of me, the time allocated to the ministers to respond is 3 minutes and not 2 minutes. The Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity. Let me contrast the approach of Honourable Mkhwanazi to that of Ms. Marte and Mr. Kachalia.
Honourable, please.
Honourable Member, please, the Minister is now responding. You had the opportunity to make your statement. So now it's time for ministerial responses. Honourable Minister. Honourable members, honourable members, what is the point of order?
The speaker just called Mkhwanazi honourable, and then he goes to me and calls me miss. It's unparliamentary. He must call all of us honourable.
Honourable members, honourable members, order. Let us just continue to address each other in respectful terms, whether it's Mrs., Miss, but let us stick to that. It often happens in the House that members are referred to as Mr., Miss, or Mrs. So that is allowed. Honourable Minister.
Thank you for clarifying that, Chairperson. As I was saying, let me contrast Honourable Mkhwanazi's contribution versus the other members. Firstly, I think that the initiative taken by Eskom to utilize unused land around coal power stations for the purposes of auctioning this land for use for independent power producers to put up solar and other plants is an extremely constructive way of contributing to and adding to the megawatts that are available in the, on the grid. Secondly, here's an example of a public sector entity that has taken a very creative and innovative approach to combining a public asset, land, with the capital available from the private sector. And clearly, there's a great amount of rationality attached to this as well, in the sense that the proximity of connectivity to the transmission grid makes this an extremely viable project for South Africa as a whole. And within the next 12 to 15 months, if all of this land is utilized, South Africa will be better off in terms of the additional megawatts available. Now, I believe Ms. Matwe made some racist remarks and defamatory remarks once again, Honorable Chairperson. And I think that it is time for Parliament to take action against people who do not want to engage in constructive political debate, but want to behave like clones of Mussolini, as we can see in parts of Europe. And this is a reflection of juvenile behavior and political bankruptcy as far as I'm concerned. The same applies to Mr. Kacharia, who seems to earn his keep by mimicking purveyors of fake news and saboteurs of constructive projects in South Africa. He should get his facts right. There's no SAA purchase of any aircraft. There might be renewal of some of the existing fleet. And later in the year, next year, once SAA is off the ground in a proper way, they will look at leasing aircraft rather than purchasing aircraft, because purchasing aircraft requires a lot more capital than leasing aircraft. So Mr. Kacharia should stop being a flat earther and purveying his gobbledygook that he picks up from newspapers and stick to the facts. SAA is a constructive project which in due course will serve South Africa's citizens well and ensure that the fares paid by South Africans.
Honorable Minister, your time has now expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, House Chair. The minister impugns on the character of my member by calling her racist. There is no way a black person can be racist.
I think, Honorable Member, that's a point for debate. I cannot enter that space from where I'm sitting.
And he comes and moan here about members exercising their duty.
No, Honorable Member, please,
His ministry.
please take your seat now.
Chair, for the
Please take-
record, may I clarify
Please,
something?
Honorable Paulson, will you take your seat now? Thank you.
Chairperson, a point of order, please.
Honorable Minister, or honorable members.
I didn't say that Ms. Mate was racist. I said she made references of a racist order towards me.
Honorable Minister, I've
Thank
dealt
you.
with the matter.
Thank you.
I've dealt with the matter. The Honorable Khadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 84 on parliamentary language. The member just referred to the minister as useless.
Honorable members, we're dealing with ministerial responses. You must wait for your times until you're going to be a minister, even if it's a minister outside of the house. So let us please be cordial with one another, and let us not unnecessarily try to provoke one another. And let us stick, honorable members, to engage each other in a decent manner and not to insult one another. Okay? The Honorable Deputy Minister of Health, if he's still on the platform. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please allow me not to switch on my video because of the challenge in the airport. Honorable Wilson made a statement that cuts across many departments, the issues of medicines that are used as concoctions to really affect our young people. We also know together with her that paracetamol, codeine, morphine, pethidine belong to various categories of medicines, Schedule 1 up to Schedule 8. Now, it will be within our responsibilities as lawmakers to then indicate that even medicines that are on Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 should probably not be sold the way they are sold over the counter to avoid that. Otherwise, as is now, there is no way we would actually have those medicines not bought over the shelf if they are remaining on Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. And we know people are innovative in a very bad way to make those concoctions that are addictive. And so we need all of us as lawmakers, parliamentarians to guide and lead us how to deal with that matter of scheduling of medicines that are sometimes abused in terms of addictions to young people. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Are there any further ministerial responses? There's no further ministerial responses, and that concludes the time allocated then for ministers to respond. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of recommendation of candidates for filling of vacancies in Commission for Gender Equality.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Ndaba, who will introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy Chief Whip, ministers and deputy ministers, and honorable members. Gender equality is one of the key principles of South Africa's constitution, which prohibits unfair discrimination based on gender. So important is this principle that the Commission for Gender Equality was established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution as a body to guard democracy and facets related thereto. House Chairperson, allow me to jump the vision and mission and the mandate of CGE and go straight to the report. The Commission for Gender Equality Act, as amended in 2013, assigns to the National Assembly the responsibility for addressing commissioner vacancies. As such, the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, in a meeting on the 31st May 2022, was informed of a request by the Office of the Speaker of the National Assembly to initiate the process of filling vacancies in the CGE. The committee was requested to fill the 2 outstanding vacancies that are currently in the CGE and the 4 vacancies of the commissioners whose term ended on the 31st October 2022. The committee adopted a committee program, the draft advertisement and the Google form online application form on the 3rd June 2022. On the 23rd and the 24th August 2022, the committee met for shortlisting of candidates. The committee received information about the number of applicants, and on nominations received 158 in total. The committee unanimously,
Honorable Khadebe, you're disturbing the speaker on the podium.
The committee unanimously agreed on the 24 candidates shortlisted to be interviewed. It was satisfied with the shortlisting process and considered it fair and just. The committee also agreed to request the State Security Agency to conduct the security screening of the 24 shortlisted candidates and Parliament's Human Resource to undertake a process for verification of candidates' qualifications. A short list of candidates' names with their qualifications was uploaded on the parliamentary website for public commentary on the 2nd of September 2022 until 16 September 2022. The advertisement was placed on the 26th June 2022 on various media platforms, namely print and electronic, with a closing date for 18 July 2022. It indicated that the Portfolio Committee on Women and Youth, as mandated by the Commission for Gender Equality Act of 2013, invited members of the public and organizations to nominate suitable candidates for appointment to serve in the Commission for Gender Equality as commissioners. House Chairperson, I will jump the criteria because it's there in our report that has been 80 seats, and go straight to the advertisement, yeah. The advertisement clearly stated that the appointment by the President of Commissioners on recommendation by Parliament would be for a term of office not exceeding 5 years, either on a full-time or part-time basis. The advertisement also informed applications on nomination about publishing of their names on the parliamentary website to allow members of the public to comment on the suitability of candidates. A total of 168 applications were received, of which 10 were duplications, as certain applicants applied more than once. 158 applications, the committee shortlisted 24 candidates. On the 25th October 2022, the committee deliberated on the outcome of the interviews and made a decision about preferred names to be recommended to the president for appointment. The committee also adopted the committee report on the 26th October 2022 in order to report to the National Assembly. The committee, having taken into consideration the constitutional imperatives and the Commission for Gender Equality Act, agreed that motivation, technical knowledge, strategic leadership, teamwork, innovation, and governance were key aspects that the committee would take into consideration in the selection of person to be recommended as a commissioner. Having considered the request by the National Assembly for the committee to identify suitable candidates for the filling in of vacancies in the Commission for Gender Equality, the Portfolio Committee on Women and Persons with Disabilities recommends the following candidates: half-term part-time commissioners, Mr. Bongani Lyttelton Ngomane, Ms. Lilambal Pravashni Subrain Naidu, Ms. Sarah Charity Mukwebo, Ms. Fundiswa Papraskweia Kushu. In the event that a vacancy arises due to a resignation or death, the president will be able to choose from the aforementioned list. The half term in this instance refers to the period of 2.5 years to fill the existing vacancies within the commission. In terms of the full-term appointments, the president must consider 2 full-time and 2 part-time commissioners from the following: Advocate Olive Ntabiseng Sipanya-Mokhale, Advocate Thando Gumede, Ms. Linasha Lien van der Merwe, Ms. Lindiwe Konjelwayo, Ms. Bernadine Bacha, a person with disability, Ms. Mulalo Nemataheni. The committee recommends that the president consider Olive Ntabiseng Sipanya-Mokhale, who is currently part-time commissioner, as a full-time commissioner. In the event that the vacancy arises due to a resignation or death, the president will be able to choose from the aforementioned list. The committee further recommends that the House adopts the report as a matter of agency, as the term of office for 4 commissioners has come to an end on the 31st October 2022. In addition, as of 1 November, due to 2 existing vacancies, the commission will not curate. The committee strongly recommends that the appointments are attended to as a matter of agency in light of the aforementioned. In order to strengthen the independence of the CGE and its reach, the National Assembly should revise the funding of the Chapter 9 institution, which is the CGE. The committee expresses its thanks to all applicants who showed interest in serving as commissioners. It also thanks those shortlisted for honoring their interviews. We would like to also thank our staff members for their hard work and dedication throughout this process. The committee extends its
Remember, your time is now
recommended
expired.
candidates. I
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Order. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities began a process of filling 6 commissioner vacancies for the Commission for Gender Equality. 2 of these vacancies were for part-time commissioners and needed to be filled with immediate effect. The remaining 4 were full-time commissioner positions, which would become vacant in October 2022 as their term had come to an end. In an ongoing process, it was vital for us to ensure that the people of South Africa had full confidence in the legitimacy of this process. This meant that the brilliant and talented people across South Africa needed to be given a fair process that prioritized meritocracy over political connections. The CGE is a constitutional entity which is relied upon to strengthen constitutional democracy on the desire for a free and equal society in all fundamental material aspects of life. As South Africa continues to grapple with the scourge of gender-based violence, it was imperative to ensure that this independent constitutional Chapter 9 institution did not fall in the hands of cadres, but rather to competent South African activists who are on the ground advocating, protesting, and mobilizing against gender-based violence. Honorable members, this report demands of us to be frank, honest, and most importantly, to move away from the usual politicization of issues that usually occurs. The scourge of gender-based violence has not decreased. We have not seen an evidence that there is substantive changes to the fight against this violence or that more lives are being saved. This is a direct result of poor planning, poor leadership, and complete lack of accountability on part of the failing ANC government, its failing ministers, and its failing program of action for South Africa. There is no love in this government for the people of South Africa, and there's definitely no love for the women of this country. We must confront the alarming rise of gender-based violence across the country. Its impact is not only physical or psychological, it's a matter of life and death. This is why the DA will continue to fight to rid cadres out of Chapter 9 institutions who ultimately compromise the important work that is required. This fight has become extremely important for the CGE. We know this because in the past couple of months has seen much of its advances being reversed. The ongoing instability within its senior management and infighting that has gripped the CGE. The recent revelations and allegations that the Commission of Gender Equality continued to pay former commissioners' salaries while they were no longer in office should all make us concerned in this House. This, compounded with the fact that the CGE is no longer able to provide legal services to South Africans, shows that there is a dire need for Parliament to pay attention and do something. The candidates that have been recommended here today represent the beautiful diversity that is South Africa. The DA believes in a fair society. This is why some of the candidates that are recommended based on their talents and hard work and not on who they know. All the candidates we interviewed presented their ideas and gave us hope as a nation that we can turn things around, that the fight against gender-based violence can be won. Now, we are under no illusion that the CGE has been used as a cash cow for cadres for many years. This has happened to the detriment of the marginalized. The CGE is supposed to hold the executive to account. So our hope for these candidates who will soon become commissioners is that they will ensure that no minister will be comfortable, no police station will be complicit, and no court will delay justice. That every woman, child, and victim of gender-based violence may look onto the CGE as one of its champions in this fight. As the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Summit begins today, we assure women in this country that the DA, alongside civil society, will send a strong message to the president and his ministers that urgent action is needed. The DA will continue drawing the line and taking back these institutions from the corrupt and ensuring that women in this country are put at the forefront. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. The process taken in the recommendation of the commissioners for the CGE to the President was one that the Committee of Women, Children, and People with Disability took into its stride, understanding the challenges faced by the CGE in the past years. The CGE is one of the Chapter 9 institutions that has been put in place to safeguard our democracy, is truly in need of commissioners who will put the people of South Africa first and be bold and brave in order to achieve the mandate of the CGE. The commissioners that have been recommended were the best of the best, selected from the candidates that were shortlisted across the country. The committee worked tirelessly to give each candidate enough time and balanced questions on their interviews. Furthermore, gender, disability, age, geographical spread were considered when the recommendations was given, but above all, the best candidates were selected in order to boost the non-performing CGE. Let us thank the committee members, especially those on our right-hand side, for doing what was correct instead of taking the political line of cadre deployment. Truly, it was refreshing to see ANC committee members doing what is best for the country and not doing what was best for the ANC. We would like to thank all candidates that applied and those that were shortlisted for availing themselves. We hope that the president concentrates on this urgent matter of appointing commissioners and less on the Phala scandals. The EFF supports the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. For too long, the prioritization and advancement of issues related to women have been regarded as secondary. Women are amongst the most vulnerable in societies across the world. However, in our country, the manifestation of their vulnerabilities come mostly in the form of gender-based violence and sexual assault. Therefore, institutions such as the Commission for Gender Equality are an utmost importance in our country. The Commission for Gender Equality as a constitutional entity is relied upon to strengthen constitutional democracy, premised on the desire for free and equal society in all fundamentals and material aspects of life. The Constitution of South Africa has situated this organization parallel with the protection and implementation of the Bill of Rights in Chapter 2. Therefore, commissioners working for this organization should act as custodian for the protection and rights of women. These commissioners should make it their mission to not only embody the values set out in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, the aim should be to match the purpose of the Commission with the needs that South African women face on a daily basis. The values of equality, integrity, accountability, and professionalism on which the Commission should build should be mainstreamed into all decision-making bodies of the organization. Chapter 9, institution from the backbone of our societies. Therefore, the decision made by these institutions cannot be reduced down to solely recommendations. There are a need for a greater shift to action by the Commission of Gender Equality. We wish to see that the Commission is able to back up all the decisions with consigned actions, plans, and timelines. And also, Chairperson, sifuna ukusho njenge-IFP ukuthi sithemba ukuthi ikomiti lenze umsebenzi wonke bekumele wenziwe. Sithemba futhi ukuthi ikomiti likwazile ukubukelela abantu abazoseva kwi-commission njengabantu abaqotho, abantu abazokwazi ukubhekelela idingo zabantu besifazane. Ngakulokho futhi bakwazi ukungenelela nakuma issues we gender-based violence, not only ukuthi babe ama-custodian, but nokuthi ku-implementeke kuma-institutions wethu akhona ku-government yonke indawo. Kungabi nomuntu wesifazane ozofila alulazekile nokugqilazeka ukuthi makazothola umsebenzi kuzomele aqale ayefisa iskate qala. Sithemba ukuthi njenga-IFP konke lokho kwenziwe ngakho lokho nokuhlokelela konke ukuthi konke kuzohamba endlela ekhona. Siyayisupporta i-reports.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The CGE is a constitutional entity relied upon to strengthen constitutional democracy. Its mission is to promote, protect, monitor, gender equality through research, effective monitoring, and litigation. The committee was requested to fill the 2 outstanding vacancies that are currently in the CGE and the 4 vacancies of commissioners whose terms ended on the 31st of October 2022, thus yesterday. Currently, the CGE does not core-rate and vacancies need well run with inputs from all parties being acknowledged and indulged. And this is a true democratic process that all were received from the public around the short time for comments and the volume of information in the CVs. Red flags were also raised around some candidates' criminal records, and state security had to provide a report to this regard. They were exceptionally strong candidates that threw their hats into the ring, and were not easy. Many of the eventual candidates are from the NGO space or ground activists. Primarily amongst the candidates are 2 former Mainland Guardian top 200 young South Africans, a current commissioner, lawyers, directors of NGOs, to name but a
Honourable
few.
member.
Qualifications
Honourable member.
range from a variety of degrees.
Honourable member.
Yes.
Will you please switch off your video because the bandwidth is narrow. We can't properly hear your speech. You may then proceed.
I do apologize, House Chair. It is pouring rain in Bloemfontein. What is, however, worrying are the candidates that have clear political connections and are still employed in political spheres. This commission needs to be an unbiased organization that is not influenced by prejudice or connection. With political allies so close to home, it might be difficult for certain candidates to remain unbiased. In a country that has largely not addressed the qualms and taken the necessary steps to combat GBV, an entity such as the CGE must be free from influence. With candidates having known political ties, this might be easier said than done. It is my fear, as with everything else in South Africa, that political ties will speak louder than the needs of the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP considers this report against the second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide taking place as we speak, amidst calls for all of us to double our efforts to prevent and respond to gender-based violence and femicide. Now, the first summit took place in 2018 following public outrage at the levels of violence against women and children. Stakeholders are meeting now as we speak here today to reflect on as to what progress has been made and, more importantly, what still needs to be done to fight this scourge. The summit also, sadly, takes place against yet another tragic murder of a 25-year-old woman at Gateway Shopping Mall, Umhlanga, yesterday, in what appears to be yet another case of gender-based femicide and violence. Whilst improved legislation was passed by this House to fight the scourge, the implementation of these laws needs to be monitored. And in this regard, the Commission for Gender Equality can and must play a key role in assisting members of Parliament in this regard. Are there sufficient rape kits at police stations? Are there sufficient and effective Tutuzela care centers? Are the police properly trained to deal with these matters? Are conviction rates high enough? All these aspects are very important to ensure the laws that we passed are properly implemented. And whilst the country faces a plethora of challenges regarding gender equality in the general, the Commission can, considering its limited budget, and must prioritize certain issues, such as addressing violence against women and children, such as the feminization and impact of HIV and AIDS on women, and such as the feminization of poverty in the country. So it needs the best possible persons on the Commission to do this very important task. And the report before us deals comprehensively with the filling of vacancies on the Commission to perform these very important functions. And the civil society was invited to comment as well, with 656 comments being received and considered. The ACDP is grateful to all the committee members for their hard work in conducting the interviews before the cutoff date, which was 31 October 2022. We trust that the new commissioners will hit the ground running and appreciate the cross-political party support for these new commissioners. We pray and wish them well. The ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Section 187, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic states clearly the mandate of the Gender Commission.
Honorable member, we cannot hear you. Can you just check if you haven't muted yourself? If there's a connection problem, we'll come back to you. The ATM? Good. The NFP? The AIC? COPE? The PAC?
Honorable
Sorry,
Chair. Oh, sorry.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Chair, the PAC supports the report and no further declaration.
Thank you. Honorable Kwankwa,
Yes, Chair.
are you back on the platform now?
I'm back, sir. I'm back. Sorry for that.
Okay, you may start afresh, sir.
Thank you, sir. Section 187, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic confirms the states that the Commission for Gender Equality must promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality in South Africa. Chairperson, this is a very important mandate which goes to the heart of most of the challenges that we face in South Africa, especially with respect to challenges that center around gender-based violence. The prevalence of gender-based violence is a problem in South Africa. There are still urgent challenges as well that need to be addressed as a matter of priority, such as high levels of unemployment among women, gender-based violence against women and children in particular, the issues of gender pay gaps, hate crimes against various communities, but including especially the women. In essence, the culture of patriarchy has not relinquished its grip on our societies, and this commission has an important role to play towards ensuring that we deal with this scourge of violence against women. The commission in various quarters around the country, people wish to see more of the commission participating in public discourse and also outlining and explaining its mandate to ordinary citizens so that abantu bakuthi bakwazi ukuthi xa benengxaki of issues that pertain to gender equality bayazi ukuthi mabayephi na, Chairperson. Okwesibini, into eqhubeka komasipala eyingxaki yokuba abantu bathi ayisiyona cadre deployment at times, which is a problem. Yes, cadre deployment and how ANC implements it is a problem. But kukho abantu abathi xa bebekwizikhundla zolawulo kwezinye provinces ezifana ne-Eastern Cape bafuna ukuthi abantu abangomama kufuneka bakhulule iziketi ukuze bakwazi ukufumana umsebenzi. Bathi naxa bezabagxotha benzela uchuku ngezinto engenamsebenzi, athi umuntu uba ufuna ugxothwa kuzawufuneka siqale ekamereni kuqala. Zizinto ezenzekayo umhla nezolo eMzantsi Afrika ezicalula ngakumbi abantu abangomama zibacinezela ukuthi bangakwazi ukubheka phambili, including the glass ceiling ekuzawuthi umuntu ongumama more capable kunomuntu ongutata kubhekiselwe yena phambili. Siyibulela ikomiti rather ngomsebenzi omhle, and would like to wish the new commissioners all the best in their new endeavor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Al Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we welcome the report. We are reminding the new commissioners that for the past 28 years, the dignity of Muslim women have been tremendously harmed, and the commissioners have done very little to restore the dignity of Muslim women, especially those married in terms of a nikah. It has now been the Constitutional Court who has now come to their rescue. It is very important that the commissioners have an open mind, respect the values of all religions, and especially they need to make sure that the dignity of any woman, irrespective of which faith they adhere to, is not harmed. You cannot have a situation for 28 years, a very important sector of South African society, those women were harmed, and they were even denied access to the divorce court. And so they need to address these gaps, and I hope that the new commissioners will make a positive contribution in this regard. Al-Jama supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. A society free from gender discrimination is one that values the idea of gender equality, as it understands the attainment of a gender-free society, prevent social ills such as gender discrimination, and fight to prevent violence against vulnerable in our society, such as women, children, persons with disability, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Gender equality benefits the safety of our communities and the broader society. It is known that unequal society are less cohesive, have higher rates of antisocial behavior and violence. Advancing social cohesion is a resolution of the ANC in which we work tirelessly in achieving. We remain adamant in realizing a cohesive society through gender equality and social transformation. The ANC loves its people. Me and PT and amongst others, today we are gathered at Galaga to deal with issues of gender-based violence and femicide. And indeed, the ANC cares about its people. South Africa has made a significant progress in promoting the principle of non-sexism since the advance of democracy. The new democratic government recognized the rights of women to be treated as equal citizens, resulting in gender discrimination being outlawed in highest law of land, the Constitution. To this end, the Constitution reflects an unequivocal commitment to this principle and to attain of gender equality. Chapter 1 of the Constitution clearly outlined that the South African state is founded on several values, including the human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, racial and non-sexism. House Chair, the ANC believes and it is determined in ensuring that everyone in our country has access to equal opportunity without any discrimination. That is why the ANC continuously support and strengthen the institutions such as Commission for Gender Equality. The Commission has made significant contribution to the transformation agenda over the past 25 years. For example, it has contributed to legislation and policy development and change through the submission made to Parliament for the development and reappealing of legislation that did not promote or respect principle of gender equality. Through its footprints in all 9 provinces, the institution has also already been able to reach citizens in rural and urban settings and provide them with legal advice, educate them on their rights, and create awareness. House Chair, in providing the Commission its agency to fulfill the mandate, it is of great importance to appoint commissioners that understand the significance of attainment a gender equal society. This enables commissioners to fully execute the mandate and the commission guided by the relevant acts such as the Commission for Gender Equality Act, Promote of Equality and Prevent of Unfair Discrimination Act, and the SADC Protocol on the Gender and Development, to name a few, and some international instrument. Having adequate human resource with the relevant qualification and experience enhancement, the capacity and performance of any organization of the institution. That's why all parties are agreeing with us. The process has been fair and really transparent. The competency is a critical element in the public service and should always benefit those that it serves. The people of South Africa, commissioners must serve the people of South Africa.
Honourable Member, will you just mute your microphone? There's a disturbance on the platform. May I ask the Sergeant at Arms to instruct the ICT to mute the microphone of the Minister? You may now continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you. The people of South Africa agrees with us even today in the debate of this summit that commissioners must serve the people of South Africa diligently and uphold the Batupili principle of putting people's first. The appointment of commissioners in the Commission for Gender Equality should reveal a visible change and improvement in the work of Commission and the impact it will have for South Africans and those that it serves. The ANC government remains committed and resolute in the attainment of gender equality, equal society. The ANC will remain committed in the fight against gender inequality and its all manifestations through the implementation of strategic innovations such as the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and being signatories to many declarations that drive the mandate of a gender equality society and the world, like the Belgium Platform for Action in 1995. The ANC is confident that the recommended commissioners for the appointment are fit and proper, experienced and qualified, and it will uphold and carry the mandate of the commission and benefit the South Africans, the entire population of South Africans. The ANC moves in support of the report, and really honorable pity, the ANC loves its people, and we are here, we are witnessing that. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the report be adopted and that the following candidates be recommended for appointment as commissioners on the Commission on Gender Equality. Mr. Bongani Clinton Gumane, part-time commissioner. Ms. Lilambal Prabhashini Subrayan Naidu, part-time commissioner. Ms. Sarah Charity Mkwebu, part-time commissioner. Ms. Fundiswa Barbara Square Gushu, part-time commissioner. Advocate Olive Ntabiseng Sepanya Mukhale, full-time commissioner. Advocate Tando Kumede, full-time commissioner. Ms. Leonasia Leanne van der Merwe, full-time commissioner. Ms. Lindiwe Konjelwayo, full-time commissioner. Ms. Bernadine Bacha, full-time commissioner, and Ms. Mulala Nematayeni, full-time commissioner. Are there any objections to the recommendation? There's no objection. However, honorable members, in terms of section 193, section 193, subsection 5, paragraph B, subcap paragraph 2 of the Constitution, persons recommended for appointment as commissioners must be approved by the majority of the members of the Assembly. As there is no demand for a division, members will be required to record their support for the nominations in order to establish whether we have the required majority in support of the recommendation. The bells will thus be rung for 5 minutes to alert members to the voting process. The bells will now be rung.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Order, honorable members, will you now take up your allocated seats? Honorable members, as you are aware, the speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform. And then thereafter, the party whips will be given an opportunity to confirm their numbers present and indicate if they vote for or against. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Honorable members, the question before the House is that Mr. Bongani Lyttelton Gumane, part-time commissioner, Ms. Lilambal Prabashini Subrayan Naidu, part-time commissioner, Ms. Sarah Charity Mkwebu, part-time commissioner, Ms. Undiswa Barbara Skuya Gushu, part-time commissioner, Advocate Olive Tabiseng Sipanya Mukhale, full-time commissioner, Advocate Tando Gumede, full-time commissioner, Ms. Leonacia Leanne van der Merwe, full-time commissioner, Ms. Lindiwe Konjelwayo, full-time commissioner, Ms. Bernadine Bacher, full-time commissioner, and Ms. Mulalo Nemataeni, full-time commissioner, be recommended for appointment as commissioners on the Commission for Gender Equality. Voting will now commence. No members will be allowed into the chamber or to enter the virtual platform until the voting is completed. I'll now request the whips to confirm the number of the members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wabosihlalo. Kukhongolose la endlini singemashumi lamatsatfu nanye. Kuthi online sinelikhulu nemashumi lasihlanu nesiphohlongo. Konke kuhlangene silikhulu nemashumi lasiphohlongo na shumi lesiphohlongo 189. Honorable Chair, I forgot. Sonke siyalisekela lokuqasheka kwalabantu 189. Thank you.
The DA.
House Chairperson, apha endlini.
Order, honorable members.
Apha endlini enkulu silishumi nesibhozo. Online singamashumi mane. Lilonke inani ngamashumi mahlanu anesibhozo. Siyayixhasa le report.
The EFF.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Voorsitter, die EFF het 25 online en 7 fisies in die huis, dit gee ons 32.
Dankie. The IFP.
Hlala sikhuluma Singisi.
Voorzitter, in ons ondersteun.
Thank you.
Lalo sizakhuluma isingisi silimika George. We are 9 on virtual, 3 in the house, 12 in support. Ngiyabonga.
FF plus,
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 3 members in the House and 5 on virtual. That's 8 members in support.
the ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 2 on the platform, 2 in the House, and we vote in support. Thank you.
the UDM,
Chair, you'll be too happy to hear that I won't be talking about percentages today. Ndindedwa apha kunomyayi ndiyayixhasa le report.
thank you. The ATM. Good. The NFP, the AIC, COPE, PAC,
Honorable Chair, I'm 1 in the platform and I'm voting in favor.
thank you. Al Jama. Al Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or to vote differently to their party position? None. Have all members recorded their support? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. Honorable members, 305 members have recorded their support. As the required majority has been obtained in terms of section 193, subsection 5, paragraph B, subparagraph 2 of the Constitution, the recommendation is therefore agreed to.
Malbongwe.
Hayi siyanibongela nina masela.
Order, the secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans on oversight visit to selected Armscor facilities, Denel's Lyttelton campus, Special Forces School and Department of Military Veterans Headquarters 21-22 April 2022.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Kaba, to introduce the report.
It's on now. Thanks. Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of this House, ladies and gentlemen. The Portfolio Committee on Defense visited 3 of Armscor facilities, Denel's Lyttelton campus, the Special Forces School, and the Department of Military Veterans Headquarters on the 21st and 22nd of April 2022. The aim of the visit was for the committee to conduct site visits to acquaint itself of the conditions and challenges experienced, as well as to facilitate inputs and insights to enhance its oversight functions. Key observations flowing from the oversight visit include the following. Armscor facilities. Armscor is an important defense entity in South Africa and is dually responsible for defense material acquisition for the SNDF, as well as some aspects of defense research and development. The committee visited 5 Armscor R&D facilities. The first one, we visited the Gerotech vehicle test range that performs a number of tests on military and commercial vehicles. Gerotech provides South Africa with a unique facility to test vehicles and ensure that our vehicles, our military vehicles, are of the highest quality. Due to the low defense budget, there is currently limited testing of vehicles for the defense force. Secondly, the committee visited Protenic laboratories that work in the field of chemical and biological defense on behalf of the SNDF. During the COVID-19, Protechnic was able to quickly transform its functions with the production and testing of hand sanitizer products, thus highlighting its flexibility and the capability it adds to the state's rapid health response capacity. We also visited Armscor Hazmat Protective Systems that manufactures respiratory products such as full face mask and chemical and biological warfare filters for the DOD. This is an important sovereign defense capability to the SNDF and the country as a whole. Lastly, the committee visited Armscor Economics Technologies that serve the SNDF in terms of economics, as well as the fluid and mechanical engineering group that develops modeling and simulation capability for the DOD. The key takeaway from the Armscor visit is that it highlighted the crucial role in that these facilities play in the defense value chain. Armscor R&D facilities maintain a number of capabilities for the department that, if they should fail, will have to be externalized at great cost and often in other countries. In view of the defense budget, Armscor is commended for finding new commercial opportunities to ensure fiscal sustainability and keep their workforce positively engaged. This will ensure that a crucial defense R&D capability is maintained. Lyttelton. The committee visited Denel Land Systems with a specific goal of following up on the challenges related to Project Warfare. This project, which seeks to replace the SNDF aging infantry fighting vehicle fleet, has been delayed for more than 10 years due to Denel's inability to deliver. The oversight visit resulted in the committee making a strong recommendation to Armscor, Denel, and the department to make a decision on the way forward with the project. I can report that general agreement now exists between parties on the way forward to finalize phase 1 of the project. However, funding for phase 2 of the project remains in doubt. The committee is not losing hope. It is vital that the Defense Force has a capability and modern infantry fighting vehicle fleet. The committee visited the Special Forces School in Valmastal. While the Special Forces represent the SNDF's elite military component, the committee was not satisfied with the conditions at the school. Key findings include the lack of electricity supply at the unit following cable theft, as well as lack of water supply to the unit following the interception of piped water supply in a nearly informal settlement. Electricity and water supplies have been interrupted for several years at the unit without a lasting solution. The encroachment into land reserved for the military poses a security risk. The committee visited the DMV headquarters It used the opportunity to engage a DMV on a number of areas of concern around service delivery. The committee concluded that the DMV should improve on its direct service delivery to deserving military veterans by making sure they have easy access to the department and benefits offered.
Honorable
In
Member,
conclusion,
your time has now expired.
it is my honor, Honorable Chair, to present the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The oversight gave us good insight into the rate of dilapidation of the Defence Force and the military veterans' capabilities, service delivery and facilities, but also into the challenges experienced on the ground and the possibilities of how best to address that. It again emphasized the need to be honest about the minimum defence priorities and capabilities we need, we can afford, and still comply with the constitutional mandate. We must immediately decide on the reprioritization of the defence budget, the reorganization of the Department of Defence, and its repositioning to be a smaller but more effective regular force. Armscor's functions today are worlds apart from the time prior to it being divided into the Armscor and Denel we know today. With a decreased defence budget, its role as the sole procurement agency for the Department of Defence and the Defence Force has nearly become a luxury we can hardly afford. Its dwindling revenue and stagnating operating costs are under pressure similar to that of Denel, largely due to the defence budget erosion. While government must implement hard and tough decisions on their future roles, do we have defence industry businesses with the best technology and expertise available, which could assist the Defence Force to turn around its dilapidated defence capabilities and readiness? They stand ready to cooperate with us in the best interest of South Africa. Unfortunately, there seems to be little or no political will to drive these matters to its logical conclusions. The visit to Denel was to familiarize ourselves with the status and the progress of Project Hoefyster for the manufacturing of the Badger infantry fighting vehicle. It was a very sad sight and experience at Denel Land Systems. There was no assembly at the time, with only about 15 partially completed Badgers and various new and unused components, parts already stored for about 5 years. Most of the essential Denel technological skills have been lost, most probably permanently. After so many years of this project, it seems only phase 1 has the potential to be completed, provided that the Defence Force waive many of their military requirements. We now know the bailout given last week by the Minister of Finance will allow Denel to pay their employee costs and some creditors. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Defence has confirmed that no money was provided and or approved for any Project Hoefyster funding beyond phase 1. An obvious solution lies in the combination of scaling down and completing 1 battalion Badgers and upgrading the Ratel to meet the needs of the infantry fighting vehicles. We have private sector defence industry businesses with proven records for upgrading the Ratel with the modern technology and equipment to extend its life. One such company with 51% military veterans shareholding have upgraded Ratels, currently used very successfully by Rwanda in Cabo Delgado. There are solutions, but whether the political will exist remains unanswered. Our special forces have always stood out with exceptional skills, capabilities, and successes, despite the dwindling budget and poor state of their prime mission equipment. If all fails, our special forces are still able and capable to conduct their operations effectively. It was concerning to hear how poorly our special forces members are supported with even the basic needs such as special uniforms, special forces boots, and equipment to operate in the most hostile environment. Our special forces is of strategic importance and relevance, and we should bend backwards to accommodate their needs and resources. During our visit to the Department of Military Veterans, we again became aware of the many challenges facing the department, which is not serving the best interest of our military veterans. Most, if not all, are the consequences of poor and unacceptable management performances. The President announced with much fanfare the Deputy President would personally be responsible to address all of these concerns. Unfortunately, like with so many other politically inspired promises, little has come from this. The time for snoozing is over, and we will have to do something revolutionary and extreme to save what is left of the once proud and capable Defence Force and the dignity of our military veterans. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, the demise of Denel under the leadership of Mr. Pravin Gordhan has had a negative impact on Armscor. The sale of ownership of shares at Denel has resulted in a mushrooming of private armament companies that have recruited Denel skilled laborers at the expense of Denel. These private companies have become a direct competition to Denel. They produce the same products which have become difficult for Denel and Armscor to produce due to budget cuts by Treasury to SANDF. The SANDF has no choice but to purchase what Denel and Armscor could produce from private armament companies. The aim and purpose of privatizing Denel has been achieved thanks to the ANC government. The Special Forces School has become a shadow of its former self. The Special Force School is neglected and its infrastructure is dilapidated and old. There is no maintenance done. The school lacks basic needs like water and electricity. Very soon, Jojo tanks will be the order of the day at the Special Force School in an urban setup where municipality cannot render basic services. There is an encroachment of housing development around the Special Force School, which present a serious security risk to communities. The military national key point is exposed to obsolete military hardware that is often stolen by criminals and sell as a scrap metal. It is unfortunate that the committee failed to use this opportunity to call out the recklessness of Mr. Gordhan and the industrial scale looting of Denel assets that has a direct impact on Armscor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP. The IFP. No, thank you, Honourable Member. Your connection is very, very bad. So we'll ask that you be muted and the Chief Whip of the party will deliver the intervention on your behalf. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, can we get ICT just to mute the Honourable Member, please? Thank you. Please proceed, Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. His connection will take over on his behalf. I think he's still busy at the coronation. Still enjoying it. Honourable Chairperson, the state of the facilities visited during this oversight trip broadly reflects the overall state of our current national defence capability as maintained by the SANDF. Advanced weaponry, defence research and innovation at Denel is beset with internal challenges that impede both its testing of advanced weaponry as well as its international market offering. The DTI must get more involved in assisting Denel to bring its products to market, and the facilities at Gerotech must be world-class. Another issue is the budget at the facility, which is currently not being used to its full extent due to fiscal constraints. Additional budget, together with innovation in utilizing the current budget in a manner in which the maximum usage can be extolled from every single round of budget allocation, must be put into practice. Honorable Chairperson, turning to Protechnic, which requires urgent funding. Any project being conducted in the field of chemical and biological defense on behalf of the SANDF requires strict conformity with all aspects related to the Chemical Weapons Convention. If there are challenges in respect of underfunding or skills deficits, projects should be stopped immediately until all challenges have been mitigated and additional funding and skills put in place. I now turn to the protective systems. The quality of military uniforms, mainly footwear in the form of boots, has been shown to be below standard. We cannot send SANDF members into possible contact situations with any form of defective equipment, whether this be weaponry, communications equipment, battle gear, which includes bulletproof vests, combat fatigues, or boots. Challenges such as the procurement of boots that impede the impact of our special forces operational capacity is unacceptable. Military-grade footwear should not be outsourced internationally, but be manufactured locally. Our special forces may be said to be the only currently viable defense capability that the SANDF has. Yet even the school is facing multiple strategic and administrative challenges. Besides basic infrastructure such as water provisioning at training bases, there are additional impediments such as little or no air support for specialized training for the parachute battalions. Chairperson, our defense force and defense capability are on life support. It requires drastic intervention and remedial efforts. In this vein, the IFP will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. No declaration from us.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report, and whilst we appreciate the severe financial constraints facing the department and the SANDF, far more can and should be done with existing budgets to address very basic needs highlighted in this report, such as uniforms and boots. And the report also mentions that high numbers of old and unserviceable vehicles at military facilities ought to be sold for scrap metal and parts. Now, regrettably, we take note of a fire at Walmanstal Army base north of Pretoria last month that damaged 83 such vehicles. And this sadly, after this very committee expressed extreme concern in this report in April about the non-availability of water at Walmanstal area. So it was foreseen. Sadly, more was not done to exercise and to operationalize the report and to make sure water was available. Now, as far as the Armscor project Hoefeist is concerned, I personally visited Denel's Lyttelton campus and was most impressed with the Badger infantry combat vehicles. And it is sad that that project has not been completed. There is no doubt, as the report mentions, a disjuncture between the views of Armscor and Denel on the prospects of this project. Now, thankfully, we now note that there is a memorandum of understanding in this regard, as well as the medium-term budget policy statement that made provision for 204 million to Denel to reduce its contingent liabilities and 3.4 billion if said conditions are met to complete its turnaround plan. Denel is a critical supplier of sovereign and strategic capabilities, ensuring security of supply to the Department of Defense. The ACDP has also taken note of the committee's recommendations relating to its visits to the Special Forces School. South Africa can be very proud of its special forces, which rank amongst the best in the world, but it is necessary for them to have the best equipment to maintain constant operational readiness. The ACDP supports the report's recommendation on the establishment of a permanent, reasonable departure or special dispensation for foreign procurement of special equipment unique to the Special Forces environment. We also note the visit to the military veterans headquarters and support the recommendations in that regard. The ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. ATM. Good. The NFP. The AIC. The PAC.
The PAC supports this report, Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jamaa. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I will, for the purpose of network, I will keep my video off. The ANC support the oversight report of the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veteran on oversight visit to various institutions and facilities of the DMV. The report truly reflects the observation, concerns, and recommendation made by the committee on the DMV facilities and the institution that were visited. As is reported, the situation of some of the military facilities reflect both successes and the challenges that we urge the department to attend to. We believe that in order to ensure that the Defense Force is able to execute its mandate, it has to have the necessary facilities functioning and that are in good condition. For the benefit of the EFF, the ANC has resolved to relocate the Denel from Department of Public Enterprises, and the matter is being deliberated by Cabinet according to the report from the Minister. Progress has been registered in terms of water challenges discovered at the Special Forces School, and there are boreholes and tanks for water storages. The remaining challenge is electricity, which the municipality of Tshwane, which is led by the DA, is central to a sabotage against these military bases, because engagement has been done with them to assist in that regard, but there is no will from the DA-led municipality. This visit recommendation has seen some action from Armscor and Denel in terms of engagement. And they have reported to the Portfolio Committee progress that has been registered to resolve challenges faced by Project Who Faced There. This also means that the capacitation of the Defense Force, both in terms of material resources and human resources, become critical, very critical. As it is said in the report, the challenges at the Special Force School requires an attention by the department. We are mindful that some of the challenges we encountered in some of the facilities are linked to socio-economic challenges of our country. Most importantly, the issue of migration and human settlement is in the urban areas. There are communities that are staying next to the military bases, and in most cases, these are informal settlements that are not allowed as far as the urban planning is concerned. The challenge is that this informal settlement in some cases disrupt supply of water and electricity to the military facilities. This therefore impact on the services and operation in the military facilities. As we argued in the debate we had in this house on the matter relating to land claims and land invasion launched on some of the military facilities, that military establishment in many cases are targets during a conflict. Therefore, if communities settle next to a military facility, they may be casualties in the event of a conflict. And therefore, we have requested the minister to engage the Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform to look into this matter and resolve it for good. The plight of the military veterans is one of our major concerns. Military veterans should enjoy the benefits that are due to them as provided for in the Act. These benefits are to ensure the appreciation of the country on the role that military veteran has played in ensuring territorial integrity of our country. However, we noted in the report that there has been a slow progress in providing some of the benefits to the military veteran. This is a matter that we shall put on our committee program for oversight to ensure that agent actions are undertaken, and this does not leave the presidential task team to run its affairs apart from this. We will also demand reports from them from time to time to ensure that they address these matters with the agencies that the matters of military veterans deserve. The ANC, Honorable Chair, support this oversight report of the Portfolio Committee of Defense and Military Veterans as undertaken on various DMV institutions and facilities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Sihlalo abasihlalo balendlu bengicela ukuthi lo mbiko umukelwe ngilendlu. Ngiyabonga.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on oversight visit to South African Special Risk Insurance Association, SASRIA.
I will now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Mashwangani, who will introduce the report.
Hi, Mokwe. Thanks very much, Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. The Standing Committee on Finance undertook an oversight visit to SASRIA, which stands for South African Special Risk Insurance Association, on 20th April 2022 in Gauteng. SASRIA is a public enterprise listed under Schedule 3B of the PFMA 1999. It is a non-life insurance company that provides coverage for damage caused by special risks, such as politically motivated malicious acts, riots, strikes, terrorism, and public disorders. The main purpose of the visit to SASRIA was to get a briefing on their annual report on strategic and annual performance plans and the implementation of the audit action plans, the impact of the 2021 July unrest on SASRIA, and to meet staff and union representatives to discuss labor-related issues. By visiting SASRIA, the SCOF was playing its oversight role. Oversight is essential in assessing whether an organ of state is properly executing the mandate it received from Parliament. By performing its oversight function, Parliament monitors the quality of the policy making, ensures that an organ of state does not betray the will of the legislature, and controls how the public monies are spent. The claims incurred when it comes to July 2021 unrest, the claim incurred for the unrest sits at 37.14 billion as of 19 April 2022. 22.52 billion had been settled, which represent a total of 8,853 claims. 14.62 billion, representing a total of just over 17,000 claims, remain outstanding. Sustainability concerns remain, and if any event of this magnitude, like that one of July unrest, was to happen, SASRIA cautioned that it will not survive as a business. We also met the staff and the unions. SASRIA has a total staff complement of 117 employees. The vacancy rate stands at 3.42%. We emphasize to SASRIA that they should fill all the funded posts. Committee observations and recommendations. The committee welcomes that SASRIA receives support from Treasury with an amount of 22 billion rand in order to deal with the claims arising from the 2021 July unrest. The committee commends SASRIA for the manner in which it handled the 2021 July unrest, including announcing timelessly that it will accept the liabilities. The committee also notes that while the cash injection from Treasury and an increase in premium flows ensure that there is no immediate liquidity challenges, and that SASRIA's financial projections indicate that it will be profitable by 2022-23 financial year, there remains concerns about the sustainability of SASRIA should an event of the magnitude of July riots occur again. Despite the calamity of the July unrest, the committee notes that SASRIA appears to be managed and governed
very effectively and efficiently. We also noted that SASRIA has also achieved unqualified audit opinions for several years. The committee was particularly impressed by the succession planning and handover of the ongoing CEO to the incoming CEO. The committee believes that other state organs can learn from something from SASRIA's governance and management practices. SASRIA is one of the best run SOE. Let's give credit where it is due. I move that the report be adopted.
I can see Tatana Maswangani. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I think I can start with something which we agree on. In a country where state-owned entities are bottomless pits where taxpayers' money disappear into, SASRIA was actually the exception to this rule and was run exceptionally well. SASRIA, up until last year's riots, managed to even pay out dividends to the South African government as a general rule. This was, however, not to last, as the July riots tsunami wiped out billions of rands of SASRIA insured assets throughout KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and more than 21,000 insurance claims was lodged against SASRIA. Up until 19 April of this year, the claims against SASRIA was over 37 billion rand. So the impact of the July riots on SASRIA was so big, it plunged the insurer into uncertainty over its status as a going concern and its ability to stay solvent. In fact, was it not for a 22 billion rand National Treasury bailout, SASRIA would not have been able to pay out its claims and stay afloat. Nonetheless, SASRIA took responsibility for the subsequent payouts, and as of today, 80% of the claims have been processed and paid out. But here is the harsh reality as contained in the report. If there was a repeat today or in future of the July riots, SASRIA would not be able to survive. This is grim news if you consider the ever-rising cost of living in South Africa. Families are growing ever more desperate as basic and essential food items become unaffordable and they battle to put food on the table. Combine this with growing unemployment and poverty, and you have a powerful recipe for more riots. If the ANC government cares about the plight of South African households and wants to potentially stop any future riots, the DA has repeatedly asked for two basic interventions, which we can implement today. First, expand the list of zero-rated food items to include chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder. This will help bring down the price of nutrition and put healthy food on the table of ordinary South Africans. Second, cut the price of fuel. The DA has made this super easy for the ANC. All you need to do is implement our fuel price deregulation bill, which will slash the current exorbitant taxes by almost 9 rand a litre. Chair, the ANC will tell you that these interventions are not possible. We can assure you they are possible. They are not just possible, they are urgent and they are long overdue. South Africa's winter of discontent is upon us, and if the ANC continues on its current path of ignoring the plight of the poor, the real crisis, the cost of living crisis, will soon result in more blood on the streets. SASRIA will not be able to survive another riot. And if SASRIA is broken, then we face the real danger of billions of rands of billions in assets being wiped from the South African economy. And with that, the employment and the livelihoods of millions of households. Stopping another riot is possible, but it requires acknowledging the plight of the poor, and something which the ANC government ignores at its own peril. The DA supports the report.
Thank you. The EFF,
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we've constantly warned this House about the challenges facing SASRIA. So the 2021 July riots has proven that the current model of SASRIA is poorly conceptualized and outdated because it failed to take into account many of the socio-economic challenges posed by rising levels of crime, protests, and natural disasters. In fact, the fact that we had to take 22 billion from the fiscus to help SASRIA with liquidity challenges is a clear sign that we must revisit the SASRIA mandate, funding model, and premium structure as the insurer of assets that mainstream insurance companies cannot cover. We agree with the report that SASRIA should embark on an aggressive campaign to educate the public about the role of SASRIA. More fundamentally, we need to have a state-owned insurance company that is not going to charge Black people more premium because of the color of their skin. South Africa is a crime scene, but only Black people are punished by insurance companies. SASRIA has the administrative capacity to move into mainstream insurance that will cater for Black people in a non-discriminatory manner. Lastly, Chairperson, there's a concerning trend that we have raised in the past of the National Treasury and its entities failing to table annual reports and strategic documents on time. The SCOPA committee was again subjected to this mediocrity by Treasury, who failed to submit its annual report. SASRIA has a similar problem of failing to table annual reports on time. Instead of addressing irregular and wasteful expenditure, they want to argue with the Auditor General. We must all be worried about the degeneration and pure incompetence taking place at the National Treasury. Thank you very much.
thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. At the outset, I would like this House to know that despite the various challenges faced by South African Special Risk Insurance Association following the July unrest, the entity still managed to gain an unqualified audit opinion. The IFA echoes the sentiments expressed by the members of the Standing Committee in applauding SASRIA on its leadership transition and its ability to still generate a profit and stay afloat, given the gross political and economic uncertainty in our country. This oversight truly exposed members of the committee to understand the extent of the damage the unrest has caused beyond simply news headlines. The inexcusable destruction which severely affected both the public and private sector in terms of infrastructure destroyed, and loss of income for business had not made the work for SASRIA any easier. We therefore welcome the National Treasury's 22 billion cash injection to assist the entity. However, Honorable Chair, while this may have been a once-off miracle in avoiding an insurance catastrophe, must be told, we cannot allow such destruction to occur, nor can we afford to continue footing the bill for protest action that gets out of control. According to SASRIA in this report, political risk in our country remains an all-time high, and this has affected the reinsurance risk premium for SASRIA. This, Honorable Chair, is a situation we can ill afford, nor can government be caught off guard ever again. The absolute failure of our national security cluster and inability of our state intelligence apparatus to gather information before, during, and after the July riot have not been dealt with. We have not seen anyone held to account on this, nor have we seen any changes made to the top brass in our police, military, and state security. Government cannot seem to be dragging its feet on matters of state security, as this not only puts us at risk in terms of insurance, but we face disinvestment from the private sector and international community. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa must be made aware of the benefits of the insurance, whether that be for household, business, or simply just insurance in general. I say this because majority of our people who live in rural communities and those who run small and medium businesses, which include the spaza shops, street corner vendors, do not know anything about such an insurance. Millions of South Africans are not aware of the work of SASRIA and how critical it is to ensure that our country is covered for any form of calamity, natural disaster, and for protest action. Therefore, the IFP supports all the committee recommendation on the increasing public awareness campaign for SASRIA and the insurance industry in general. We must ensure that each South African is prepared for the unprepared. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, the most important observation in this report is 7.6, which reads, the committee notes that the political risk in South Africa remains high. And that is something to be concerned of. We should all be concerned of the fact that we live in a very dangerous country where lawlessness is thrive. But it's the example that's set by the ruling party. It's the example that's set by members of the ruling party in municipalities when they are unhappy with who is elected as councillors or who is elected as leadership. They burn down mayors' houses, they burn down constituency offices, and it's just allowed. It is unacceptable that we should prepare for lawlessness and we allow it. We cannot accept that lawlessness is the norm. We should all rage against lawlessness. We agree that addressing the economy is paramount to also restricting protest actions. But we cannot allow lawlessness, and then also the intelligence services of this government failed South Africa last year in July. The intelligence services of this government is arrogant when other governments tell us that there is risks of terrorist attacks. You say, no, it's not so. We completely disagree because what do you know? But your intelligence services were abused by your cadres, by your former president for your own political gain, and they don't do their jobs. Get that in order, get your policies in order so that we can get the economy going, and then we won't have to observe as a parliament that the political risk in South Africa remains high, because that is actually a shame. I thank you.
Thank you, ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report and thanks the committee for its oversight function. We note that SASRIA faced severe liquidity and solvency risks due to the July 2021 riots in KZN and parts of Gauteng. Now, the total claims incurred for the unrest at that time sat at a total of 37 billion. That's in April, of which claims to the amount of 22 billion had been settled. In terms of liquidity, the cash injection from National Treasury in January of 22 billion basically saved the SASRIA as well as increased premium flows. And this ensured that there were no immediate liquidity challenges. Now, the report also mentions and commends SASRIA for the manner in which it handled the situation, including announcing from an early stage that it will accept its liabilities, and this reassured the markets. However, what is very important is that the committee notes, as previous speakers have indicated, that the political risk in South Africa remains high. And this has re-affected and has affected the reinsurance risk premium for SASRIA, where premiums have increased by 1,000% following July unrest, and that businesses have to cover. Now, the ACDP remains concerned about sustainability issues with SASRIA if any event of the magnitude of the July unrest was to happen again. Clearly, we need to be working, we need to be praying that such a situation never happens again. And the recommendations of the expert panel inquiry into the unrest and the soon-to-be completed South African Human Rights Commission into the unrest need to be carefully studied and implemented. We need to make sure as leaders that such lawlessness never takes place again. However, despite the calamity of the July unrests, the report notes that SASRIA is well managed and governed very effectively and efficiently. The ACDP agrees and will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM,
Chairperson, thank you very much. Masithethe inyaniso ukuthi SASRIA sesifumane kule ngxaki nje kungenxa ye-African National Congress eyohlulwayo kulungisa ingxaki zabo. Nibhidana nodwa emzini wenu niyoxabela abantu abadlula ngendlela nibethe nemoto ndaniba nilungisane nona nedwa ngaphakathi. Kuba uba nanikwazi uzilungisa ingxaki ezi ngeningakhange ibe kanti zisichaphazele thina noMzantsi Afrika. Okwesibini, lo SASRIA lona ingxaki ngento yoba waziwa ngabantu abamhlophe aba babezenzela babengamenzeli thina kuba babezikhusela bona against i-violence yethu if you like ngexesha silwela inkululeko. Asikakwazi ke ngokuqiniseka ukuthi nophi umuntu oselokishini noma Dlamini ozithengisele ecam kwendlela uyamazi uSASRIA kuba kaloku ii-protests nee-riots ziba khona nasezilokishini zichaphazela abantu bakuthi babe bengekho covered. Okwesithathu kudala siyithetha lento sisithi abe belungu bamane befumana le mali ewe bayibhatele i-premium siza kuba bailer out basawugqiba bavale ezi businesses badenda abantu sithi siyikhupha imali singurhulumente sizama ukukhusela imisebenzi yabantu ufumanise abantu ukuthi abona abantu babenefithileyo ngabe bethenga insurance sibe singanandlela ukukhusela imisebenzi yabantu. Loo nto ayixhaphazeli iSASRIA kuphela ichaphazela neyiphi enye imali ekhutshiweyo by uNational Treasury including the loan guarantee scheme apho babenikwa ngee-rates ezi-right abantu basawugqiba bathathe imali bavala umlomo batye ityuku badenda abantu bakuthi kusawugqiba abantu bakuthi bahlale endlaleni. Okwesithathu asiyithethi into yokuba eyona nto ibangela uba abantu siyayibona le yokulwa kwenu nibe nisilwa ngethambo elingenanqatha ingathi ningabantu nokhwekho. Eyona ngxaki into yoba abantu bathe seniqala uzilwela bathatha i-advantage kuba bahluphekile balambile. Bafuna ke ngoku urhulumente okhathalayo uzawukwazi ukuthi ngomso xa ningafani niphikisana ngezenu bangamanipuleyithwa lula nangabanye abantu kuba bene-political agenda zabe zinaro and ingenzeki loo nto nakweyiphi ni-political party noba i-opposition yona nto ifunekayo. Kufuneka sibafundise abantu bakuthi iphinde isiwarishe into yokuba i-premiums zika-SASRIA ziyakhula at the time when sisithi maba-embakhe on a campaign ezawu-educate public, create awareness, but i-problem is that bazawucreate awareness ufumanise ukuthi abona abantu bafana bayabenefitha kwesi scheme abakwazi ukusi-afforda siphinde sibe nenye ingxaki. Thank you, Chair.
Sithokoze.
Ngobani abanokhwekho? Ngobani abanokhwekho?
Honorable Mlenzana, you do that again, you will be out of the platform. ATM. Good. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Al-Jama cannot support this report. The reason is that we are not satisfied that due diligence was undertaken by Parliament and the Portfolio Committee and also Treasury, that the claims amounting to nearly maybe 30 billion rand was the responsibility of SASRIA and not the responsibility of the big insurance companies. We have not seen in this house a report tabled that there was an investigation and that we've got very strong legal opinion and a second opinion. And Parliament has failed the nation in that the Treasury just paid 22 billion rand just like that. Unless someone can show us that a proper investigation was made, that the claims or some of the claims should have been paid by the big insurance companies, we will continue to register our objection. So this is poor oversight Honorable House Chair, unless Al-Jamar can be presented with the facts that there was a proper investigation and that Treasury just didn't take out the checkbook and signed off 22 billion rand, much needed money for many of the things that we want to do. So we not please register, Honorable House Chair, that Al-Jamar does not support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ANC.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ohloniphekileko ukuthola ithuba begodu ngilotshisa namalunga wonke ahloniphekileko kunye nabahlali bonke beSouth Africa. Sihlalo ohloniphekileko, the South African Special Risk Insurance Association, SASRIA, has been an example over many years of a well-functioning state-owned entity and has demonstrated how, with strategic planning, good project management, adherence to risk assessment, and continuous assessment of performance, state-owned enterprises add strategic value to the economy. This really demonstrates the ANC policy position of the need for state-owned enterprises to play a progressive and influential role within the economy and provide state support in areas where the private sector cannot. Malunga ahloniphekileko, our visit to SASRIA, whilst conducting constitutional oversight responsibility, was also prompted by the increased liabilities to SASRIA that followed the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in July 2021. As a result, SASRIA has faced enormous challenges in liquidity and solvency, given its role in providing insurance to the economy in the areas that most other insurers will not venture, in areas of damage caused by unrest and other unforeseen events. Given what came out of the July 2021 unrest, SASRIA could not submit its 2021 integrated report and audited annual financial statements for the previous financial year. Clearly, this constituted a huge risk, and following discussions in cabinet, SASRIA received financial support from National Treasury of 22 billion rands. This strategic and welcomed injection not only provided the liquidity required, but also enabled the finalization of the audit opinion by the end of February 2022. Sihlalo ohloniphekileko, our assessment of the 2020-2021 annual report, strategic plan, and annual performance plan inform us that on the strategic focus area of sustainability, the recorded fruitless and wasteful expenditure has more to do with penalties levied by SARS for tax-related irregularities. On PFMA adherence, there has been late submission of the annual performance plan. On socio-economic impact and skills development, there has been a direct impact of the 2020 lockdown on what could be achieved against the target set. What says the oversight delegation was the impact of the July 2021 unrest on the liquidity of SASRIA. Whilst everyone raises issues around liquidity, which is very important for the economy, there is a bigger debate. That debate centers on the causes of such unrest and possible future reoccurrence and its impact on the sustainability of SASRIA going forward, and how this risk should be mitigated. Malunga ahloniphekileko, These are macro questions which we need collectively to discuss and not seek in a political opportunistic manner to apportion responsibility when in fact the socio-economic realities confront us on a daily basis. SASRIA has to respond to this, but we have seen arising from July 2021, the one response has been to raise premiums. Whilst that may assist the liquidity of the association, a matter that is very important, the net impact is that some businesses will move elsewhere, and this in turn creates loss of jobs, more unemployment in a given area, and instability for local economies. In many respects, what has happened to SASRIA is a reflection of a risk that may emerge again in the future. And the answer is not just to raise premiums. Dealing with the cause is what will give the country, and not just SASRIA, sustainability going forward. In fact, SASRIA themselves have said it, that if the events were to happen again, they would not survive. Our concerns naturally were with smaller businesses and the outstanding claims that require to be paid. We reiterate that there needs to be a wider public awareness campaign by SASRIA in ensuring that small businesses understand the value of its insurance cover as a monopoly provider of such types of insurance. However,
you are muted.
the
Charlie.
reinsurance risk premium for SASRIA have grown by 1,000% following the July unrest. The negative impact of how this will be passed on to consumers needs a lot more debate across economic sectors. Where
Awusazwakali, Charlie.
such
Charlie,
Okay,
awusazwakali.
where such massive increases occur, there is a passing on of the reinsurance cost, and that is carried by third parties, and in particular, the public, who can least afford it. We have got to debate this. The ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable noted. Not recorded. Your mic was not on. I'm not sure if you can do that with your mic on. Leave them, leave them. Honorable Jacobs,
Of the
please.
objections of the EFF chairperson.
Thank
discuss-
you,
strike
thank
motion,
you.
please.
I will now, with that objection noted, the motion is, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor on oversight visit to Eastern Cape on 18th to 22nd April 2022.
Siyovumela usihlalo wekomiti asivulele umbiko.
Good afternoon, House Chair, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of this august House, ministers, deputy ministers in their absentia, abasebenzi boMzantsi Afrika uphelele, Bulas Galjak, Mulwi. Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor conducted an oversight to the Eastern Cape province on the 19th to the 21st of April 2022. This was conducted because as members of the Portfolio Committee, we received numerous complaints from our members, communities about the conduct and the services that they are receiving in the centers of the Department of Labor. The province, we visited 3 cities in the Eastern Cape, Rebecca, Ekonge, Nasemonti. The Department of Labor in these centers has got, in the total number of centers in the Eastern Cape, which are 16, has got 908 personnel and vacancies of 44. There are 16 labor centers and 5 satellite offices and 88 visiting sites. What we then established in all these centers, which was of concern, first and foremost, I think what we must put across is that those centers, majority, the 3 of them, are very clean. 2, young people are being employed. I think the Department of Labor is leading by example of employing young people, females in particular, and males, and people with disability. But the concern that we have, among other things, is that abantu bakuthi bama umgcelele omde, bavuka ekuseni ngo-5 kuba befuna into yokuba bakwazi ukumka ngethuba. The reason for that is that i-challenges ezikhona zeze-ICT, apho kungekho abantu abakhumsha athi the copiers, photocopiers, which become stuck at times and made people to wait for quite a long time. Enye into esifumanise into ba ingxaki kuzo zontathu kokokuba abasebenzi, abantu xa bezile apha kwezi centers baxelelwa namhlanje uba uzuze ne-ID yakho, ahambe abuye ngomso kuthiwa uzuze nephepha likagqirha, abuye ngomso kuthiwa uzuze nento ethile, babe bengabantu abangenanto bezimpula zikalijaqi. Kodwa eyona nto ibe yangumnqa esiye sayifumana nesiyithakazeleleyo, ngiyawukhumbula into yoba apha eMzantsi Afrika kukho isikhalo ngee-entities ekuthiwa yi-compensation fund ne-UIF. Yeyona nto ibibangele into yokuba siphakame sithi masiyozibonela into yoba kwenziwa ntoni apha, siyibone umatshini, sijongwe, singaxelelwa zii-officials, sijonge ephepheni. Safumanisa into yoba ingxaki ayikho kangako. Ngiyawukhumbula malunga bekekileyo into yokokuba kudala apha ekungakumbi i-DA le ikhala isithi compensation fund ayiwenzi umsebenzi wayo, bathi ngesilungu it's not fit for purpose. Kodwa siye sabona, saxelela okokuba hayi, kaloku imbangi uba kubekho isikhalo sizibonele ngamehlo ethu, imbangi uba makubekho isikhalo mvanje yinto yokokuba i-system that was used previously called umahluko ibi-system free for all. Ndimisho ukuthini xa ndisitsho? Uyasifaka isicelo sakho, asilandelelwa kakuhle, ufumane imali ngendlela ubungakhange ubuyifumane ngayo. Yiyo loo nto i-compensation fund le sime apha ngokungafihlisiyo ukuba for almost 10 years ibingekho ezincwadini ezintle kumphicothi zincwadi. Kodwa siye saxelela, sifuna ukutsho apha, emva kokuba amalungu e-DA abiza bonke abantu uba mabaze apha bazowumamela. Bazowumamela into yokuba kutheni le compensation, uba besithi abafumani imali, kwakuvalwa itepu. Kuba kaloku le system ngumahluko, ibi-system ebivula itephu. Sithe ke xa sisebhayi, saboniswa into kokokuba, hayi, ewe le system intsha inazo ingxakana engabi nazo, kodwa into esiye sayifumanisa into kokuba
Honorable member, your time has expired.
siyaphakamisa ke apha into kokuba siyaphakamisa into yoba le report mayisekelwe sisitsho nagoko into yoba
Thank you very
sawumane
much.
rhoqo siyikhangela le compensation fund nele
Thank you.
UIF enitepa kuyo nezihlobo zenu.
Thank you.
Siyabulela.
Political parties wishing to make declarations. The DA.
Good afternoon, and honorable members and fellow South Africans.
Can you please take the mic to your?
The Portfolio Committee
Thank you.
indeed took an oversight visit to the Eastern Cape because it is the responsibility to hold the executive account. This is to make sure that the executive complies with the mandate to serve the citizens. Secondly, Chair, the members received complaints against the department and its entities from the members of the public, in particular about the compensation fund and unemployment insurance fund. The delegation observed, advised, and made recommendation of what needs to be done in order to serve the people adequately. It is unambiguously clear that Eastern Cape is one of the poverty-stricken provinces with a historical poor services by various departments. The department has considered that the poverty and inequality is exacerbated by the high rate of employment of 7.1 of the Q4 2021, while the national rate unemployment is 35 of the same period. What is so strange, Speaker, is that the majority of the Eastern Cape people has been a daily regretful experience under the watchful of the ANC government. One aspect of democracy, Speaker, is that the department must make it a responsibility that it fights poverty and create conducive environment that those who are working must establish and get services. And they must comply with the Labor Relations Act. Speaker, it is true that we visited a number of centers, and Killamstown is one of the such that we visited, where we observed that there were good relations between managers and staff personnel of the provincial government. But that good relationship cannot be collaborated with the sustained service delivery at a high rate of unemployment indicates. It was satisfying to observe that women were well represented in leadership position. But what was very strange is that amongst the organogram, there were no people of disability that were there. This is not notable reality that the department does not have the understanding of why disabled people are not integral part of the society, but they do have the executive and the capacity to execute their responsibility. They just need to be recognized and be given the opportunity. We were happy that there was also a UIF bus that was providing the services to the far-flung areas, but that does not have such provision about the CCMA, which is what's much needed. The treatment chairperson of the disabled people is legendary. They additionally complained that they needed to be prioritized in the allocation of houses. In the Western Cape Chair, the Department of Housing is prioritizing the disabled people and the elderly and the child-headed families. What is difficult in the Eastern Cape that the ANC government can prioritize the disabled people. This lesson that the province must, all the provinces across South Africa must emulate. Chair factory. The factory has component of 60% and 40 females and 30 youth establishment. They manufacture garments, bed sheets, pajamas, theater wear, and portal uniform. So the hospitals that are crying about the lack of garments, they need to take a clue from the Western Cape. The centers has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Health in the Western Cape.
Mhlonishwa Hinana, siyathokoza isikhathi sakho siphelile.
The Democratic Alliance does not support the report.
The EFF,
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. The oversight visit undertaken by the Portfolio Committee laid bare many challenges our people are exposed to by the Department of Employment and Labor. The visit took place when our country was still under the COVID-19 regulations, but the biggest employment and labor office building in Gqeberha was inhabitable. There was no ventilation at all. Department officials were exposed to working conditions that enabled COVID-19 infections. The applications, the UIF and Compensation Fund application system is designed to send our people back and forth for submission of one piece of paper at a time, instead of being given the list of all the documents required at once upon application. It has been realized that officials report late for their duties, whilst people are made to queue as early as 5 o'clock in the morning. When we arrived, many workstations were not occupied. The supported employment enterprise in East London was in a brink of collapse. The department has no clear plan to keep it afloat and avoid job losses of people living with disabilities in the Eastern Cape. Government departments at national and provincial level do not procure the goods manufactured by the SEE, thanks to the corrupt tender system that promotes procurement from private companies at the expense of government entities like the SEE that creates quality jobs for people with disabilities. Hence, it remains a big question as to when is the Department of Employment and Labor, with the assistance of National Treasury, going to intervene and put SEEs on the list of preferential procurement. In the East London office, people are made to queue for long hours on the street pavement. They are exposed to all sorts of weather conditions. Thugs have taken advantage of them. They have to buy front queue positions at a 50 Rand fee or more. The office is understaffed and cannot serve people effectively and efficiently. Many officials did not have the tools of trade that allowed them to work from home as the COVID-19 regulations stipulated. The office space is small and officials are cramped, no space for people coming for services. The Portfolio Committee has been doing recommendation to this department on many occasions for diverse matters. Nothing is being implemented. It is difficult even for the department to implement its own set recovery strategies. This simply means even the recommendation on this report will never be implemented. The EFF supports the report pending the implementation of the recommendations. Thanks, Chair.
thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I present this report on behalf of Honorable Ngobo, who sits on this committee. The unemployment rate in South Africa, published in August, which stands at 33.9%, is becoming a major threat to our country's economic development. The rate of unemployment, and especially the extended periods during which people face unemployment, create additional threats to the financial security of our people. The committee's oversight trip and reports relating to the labor centers in the Eastern Cape province was an important assignment as concerns the need to ensure accountability in our democracy. Given the high unemployment rate and the scarcity of jobs, it is ever more vital that departmental officers, the CCMA, and labor centers are sufficiently equipped with the necessary tools and support to meet the needs of our communities. According to the report, many challenges that were reported relate to ICT or equipment-related concerns, despite the department having set aside 200 million rand for this. As we have seen over the past few years, and especially during the COVID-19 lockdown, technology and its supporting equipment is of utmost importance in providing the necessary services to our people. It is therefore important that the minister consider prioritizing the rollout of ICT and supporting infrastructure for this department nationally, as well as specific to the cases as contained in the report. In doing so, the Department of Labor may be able to provide a far more effective and efficient service for communities. Furthermore, it will reduce the need for people to stand in long queues or make multiple trips to the same offices when their funds are already limited. A solution for those who cannot afford to use the ICT technology is that they should be assisted through partnerships with internet cafes, libraries, or other local infrastructure, which could be used when they need to submit and register their relevant paperwork or claims. Finally, Chairperson, the department needs to pay greater attention to the needs and employment of persons with disabilities. There must be prioritization of their needs within the departmental budget to ensure that persons with disabilities have sufficient support. This will in turn enable persons with disabilities to provide the necessary services and protection to the immense number of unemployed South Africans. The IFP supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Chairperson, the true test of democracy is the extent to which Parliament can ensure that government remains accountable to the people of South Africa by maintaining constant oversight of government's action in order to increase public trust. Currently, public trust in the government is at an all-time low. So, is government, or in this case, the Department of Labor, failing, or are we failing as an oversight body? The delegation of the Portfolio Committee that visited labour centres, CCMA and supported employment enterprises identified a number of problems, such as the lack of ICT equipment, as the chairperson of the committee has mentioned as well, a shortage of vehicles, problems with the various claim systems, unmaintained buildings, and even contraventions of certain provisions of the Basic Conditions of Employment Act by the very department that is the custodian of this act. Does this increase public trust in the department? No, Chairperson, it does not. But what is the most worrying, Chair, is the apparent lack of will to do and be better. For instance, the supported employment enterprises are a wonderful initiative with great potential for job creation and upliftment of people with disabilities. However, furniture and other goods manufactured by the SEE factories in the Eastern Cape are stored for years on end. The delegation learned of a 100 million rand order for school furniture from the Eastern Cape Department of Education, only to learn that after completion, some of the schools that the furniture was ordered for did not even exist. It took a legal battle for this dispute to be settled in favor of the SEE. What blundering is this between government departments? Where is the will to market the goods produced by the SEEs properly? Why do other government departments not make use of these SEEs in order to contribute to job creation and upliftment? A constant complaint from the public is the long queues at labour centres, where people often stand for days on end. The FF Plus has brought the issue of poor administration at labour centres to the attention of the department numerous times, but the situation persists. The delegation saw this themselves and even noted the problem with long unmanaged queues in their observations. Will this ever change? Without the will to do so, I'm afraid it will not. All in all, Chair, I ask the question again. Is the department failing, or are we failing to hold the department accountable? And is that why public trust is at an all-time low? We cannot continue to observe, recommend, and complain about the same problems repeatedly without any measurable improvement. The department is due to give feedback on the recommendations of the committee within 1 month from today. I do not see this on the committee program, Honourable Chair. So is the department slacking, or is the committee slacking? Was the delegation on an oversight visit or on a roadshow? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. ACDP. ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As we consider this report from the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour, the ACDP asserts that we must never forget the backdrop of some 3 million jobs that were lost as a result of one of the harshest COVID lockdowns in the world implemented by the ruling party. According to the Business and Human Rights Resource Centre, as a result of the harsh lockdown, women, and I quote, women bore the brunt of the job losses. Of the 3 million jobs lost, 2 million jobs were allocated to women. Among those groups of people that were already disadvantaged in the labour market and already faced a disproportionate share of job losses from the pandemic, that is the less educated, the poor, Black Africans and informal workers, women in these groups faced even further job losses, putting them at a double disadvantage, close quote. Now, on interrogating the report, it is evident that much still needs to be done to assist the supported employment enterprises, both in Gqeberha and East London. At the Gqeberha SEE factory, the report raises the concern of a reduction in tenders from government and the resultant drop in factory workers from 370 in 1994 to 80 currently, with manufactured office furniture being stored in the factory for years because of low demand. It is disconcerting to note that the Provincial Department of Education placed an order amounting to 100 million rand, but when production was complete and ready for delivery, it was discovered that some schools for which the desks and other furniture was ordered did not even exist. To add insult to injury, the SEE had to defend itself in court when the Education Department demanded the return of money for desks it ordered for schools that don't exist. The ACDP calls for an external forensic investigation into what appears to be nothing less than fruitless and wasteful expenditure, if not more. Additionally, it is unconscionable that tools of trade are not available at labour centres to ensure that staff meet their performance mandates. Honourable House Chair, now that we know that the Pfizer vaccine was not tested to prevent transmission, as testified by the Pfizer executive, Ms. J. Small, to the European Parliament, the ACDP calls on the Minister of Labour and Employment to cancel the Occupational Health and Safety Directive, which encourages employees to institute unconstitutional, nonsensical vaccine mandates in the workplace. I thank you.
Stogoze, UDM.
No declarations, Chair.
Thank you. ATM. Good. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, let us acknowledge the hard work of the Portfolio Committee to address the plight of the unemployed in the Eastern Cape and for the effort they made to do oversight. The Eastern Cape was the first to resist apartheid, but it seems it is the last to get decent work. President Mandela from the Eastern Cape got the first award for promoting decent work internationally. the Provincial Director of Labour in the Eastern Cape must tell Parliament why he or she should not fall on their sword for the neglect of the workers in the Eastern Cape. Maybe the name of the department must change and must remove the section referring to employment, because the Department of Labour does nothing about employment. We see that employment is being pushed by the president with his employment programs. It's pushed by the Department of Social Welfare using the NDA, and everyone else is promoting employment, but not the department where the name includes employment. We hope that our moans and groans in this chamber, Honourable House Chair, will lead to employment programs to take people out of poverty. And the people of the Eastern Cape should not be the Cinderellas of all our provinces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Employment and Labour has no corresponding department in the provincial government, but this department does have an impressive footprint in the provinces. The 9 provincial offices that are made all the sub-head offices, as they also administer operations in labor and satellite offices. So the portfolio on labor has conducted the oversight visit in one of these provinces, which is the Eastern Cape, and the report of such visit, Honorable Chairperson Meg Dunjwa has already introduced it in this August House. There are few issues that I would want to point out in relation to this visit in the Eastern Cape, but also on some general, but also equal important and pertinent issues. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration, who is also Minister of Employment and Labour, Minister Ngesi, shared with the country national framework towards professionalization of the public sector. Among others, this framework rekindled ethical principles that public officials ought to expose. It is bringing back as a focal point the whole important instruction of people first, but to Pili. Honorable members, it was very pleasing to observe articulate, competent, and professional civil servants in labor centers and supported employment enterprises offices that we visited in the Eastern Cape province in areas of Gqeberha, Xonse, and Emonti. As a woman and a young person, yes, I am certainly not an elder. It was heartwarming to notice that the top management of employment and labor in the Eastern Cape is dominated by women. And in the labor centers, we saw countless young professionals executing their duties. It is also important for the House to note that our briefing on inspection and enforcement was led by a disabled official. But we must also emphasize the fact that there is still a challenge of tools and trade, which the department must urgently address, in particular to accommodate people living with disabilities. Honorable members, allow me to state without fear of contradiction that the transformed professional, ethical, capable, and developmental public sector is being built in the Eastern Cape offices of employment and labor. Most of the challenges and weaknesses, if not all, that we came across with our oversight visit in the Eastern Cape province are not out of doing of those ladies and gentlemen who are working in those offices. And here we will sincerely appeal to the Director General of the Department and Minister of Employment and Labour to assist. Tools of trade with adequate capacity and required quantity must be deployed to the Eastern Cape province and to all provinces for that matter. Photocopy machines that have speed and capacity must be sent to the Eastern Cape and other provinces, as that will go a long way into reducing queues in labor centers. We beg you, Minister, tell your DG to ensure that this happens without delay. There's also an issue of State Information Technology Agency. In this regard, I just want to appeal and say, SITA, please be an enabler of, among others, professional rendering of services to the people. Please work with the department to ensure that the song of the system is down. It is not sung, it is down. It is not sung anywhere where public services ought to be rendered to the citizens. Coming towards conclusion, Chairperson, I do want to highlight few other matters. The first one is that oversight visits are empowering. They provide a true picture of government operations. We get to be exposed to the practical translations of laws that we pass in this house. We see their outcomes, we see their impact, but we also see their implications and probably their unintended consequences. The Portfolio Committee was exposed to how Unemployment Insurance Act number 63 of 2001 is implemented by government officials, to a point of beginning to see where the gaps are in the law itself. Portfolio Committee was also exposed to practical functioning of compensation for occupational injuries and diseases, Act number 132 of 1993. So going forward, as the Portfolio Committee, we know exactly what is to be done, because we're even exposed to those who manipulate these laws and operations for their own selfish and corrupt reasons. Having stated all that, we probably may want to consider conducting an oversight visit to other provinces as well, to add to the information and knowledge that we already obtained in the Eastern Cape. One hopes that we shall be met by pleasant observations even in other provinces. Thank you, Chairperson. This is where I rest my case. I move for the report of the adoption. The ANC support the report.
Nakensa,
Chairperson.
Mchavisegi.
Nikensini msamu wa xitulu.
May I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Mhlonishwa sihlalo walendlu besicela ukuthi lo mbiko welcommittee wamukelwe ngilendlu esishamthetho. Ngiyabonga.
Sithokoze, ukhona uphikisana naloko, the report should be adopted.
Chair, please note the objections of the Democratic Alliance.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the FF+.
Noted. With all those objections noted, the report is therefore agreed to. Can we now ask the Secretary to read the fifth order?
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on Oversight visits to Free State Province on 19 to 22 April 2022.
We will now welcome the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Kasa, to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, good afternoon. From the 19th to the 22nd of April, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs undertook an oversight visit to the districts and municipalities of Lejwa-Lipotswa, Thabo Mofokeng, and Fezile-Daba in the Free State Province. The visit was part of the committee's resolve to intensify oversight over all the organs of state to its mandate, including confronting the deteriorating state of local government in the country and encouraging public participation in the affairs of local government, as envisaged in Section 152, subsection E of the Constitution. The Portfolio Committee's oversight to the Free State revealed, among other things, very high municipal indebtedness to ESCOM. At the time of the visit, the local municipalities in the province had the highest arrear debt owed to ESCOM, which then stood at 13.4 billion. A general failure by municipalities to adequately collect revenue owed to them was also observed. And this was exacerbated by the high levels of unemployment and increased indigence registers. Consequently, the debt owed to municipalities amounted to 24.3 billion. The Portfolio Committee further noted a regression in discipline around the submission of annual financial statements, whereby approximately half to the province's 23 municipalities failed to submit annual financial statements on time. Further, no municipality in the province had obtained a clean audit opinion, which was indicative of weak financial management controls. In this regard, there were also deficiencies in the support provided by the Provincial Treasury and the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement, and Traditional Affairs. The support and tools of trade provided to the 2 local houses of traditional leaders in the province were also inadequate, according to a submission received from the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. The proliferation of bogus traditional leaders was another challenge presented to the Portfolio Committee, and this was an indication that Section 7, subsection 9 of the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act, which criminalizes practice, has not been enforced strictly enough. The meaningful participation of traditional leaders in the district development model also remained a concern. A common complaint heard from the 3 districts visited related to the devolution of certain functions along with the associated grants to the local municipalities. The lost powers and functions have rendered the districts powerless to implement critical capital projects, and the Portfolio Committee needs to understand the rationale behind the removal of these constitutionally assigned powers and functions. The Portfolio Committee, in conclusion, noted that most of the issues encountered were not new, but a repetition of some of the matters seen in previous oversight visits in Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and the Northwest provinces. This has challenged the Portfolio Committee to refine its oversight strategy and develop a more focused program of action that is specific to each municipality. The committee consequently has begun implementing this approach, starting with Makana in the Eastern Cape and Lekwa municipality in Mpumalanga. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The declarations have been requested, and I will now allow the GA.
Good afternoon, House Chairperson. Honorable members, allow me to give you an insight into the real state of local government in the Free State. 6 months and 14 days after our oversight visit, there is very little to any improvement in the Free State province municipalities. Metsi Mahola, the only coalition-run municipality under the DA, owes Eskom nothing. This is a rare positive. The Auditor General slammed Free State municipalities for their deliberate lack of accountability due to inaction by their political and administrative leadership. She further added that deliberate obstruction was putting the financial viability of the province municipalities at risk. By June this year, the audits of 8 municipalities had not been completed. A total amount of 454 million rand has been spent on consultants since 2016, but no municipality in the Free State has ever produced a clean audit since 2015. Mafuba municipality was placed under section 139.5 by a court order obtained by Mafuba Business Forum. An administrator was appointed, but he is being hampered in terms of implementation. Mangaung was placed under section 139.7 and a team of administrators were appointed. Their contract expired yesterday. Seems that Mangaung makes headlines for all the wrong reasons. The administrators apparently struggle to implement their turnaround strategy due to political interference. Yesterday's council meeting collapsed and erupted in chaos, as many reports that had to be tabled by the intervention team were not available. In April, the Minister of Water and Sanitation announced interventions in terms of the Water Services Act in Maluti, Majapeng, and Tukologu. In terms, thank you very much. In terms of the intervention, Bloom Water was appointed as the implementing agent to manage water and sanitation functions in 3 municipalities. Available information is that only 1 municipality has signed an MOU with Bloom Water in this regard. After a court order in 2018, a committee was established to find a solution to the Eskom debt crisis in Maluti. In December 2020, Deputy President Mabuza announced that Eskom would take over the electricity administration in this municipality. After the council refused to enter into agreement, the Gauteng High Court in June 2021 issued an unopposed court order to the council to do so. On 8 September this year, 4 years later, council finally adopted an agreement and ordered the municipal manager to finalize and implement. To date, the agreement has not been finalized or implemented. Currently, there are no payments to Eskom being made, and the billing system has collapsed completely. The collection rate is under 20%, while the Eskom debt is now 9 billion rand. The municipal manager who made presentation to our committee in April was arrested by the Hawks about 3 months ago for fraud, corruption, and failure to comply with the MFMA related to a 54 million rand security contract. The Director of Infrastructure was appointed as acting MM, but resigned as acting MM after 6 weeks and a few attempts on his life. On October 13th, the mayor asked the council to suspend the CFO and the Director of Infrastructure. Council did not approve the suspension, but the mayor suspended them anyway, in total violation of his regulations. Well, the 7 non-functional wastewater treatment plants in the same municipality are still abandoned, completely stripped, despite the intervention of the Department of Water and Sanitation. During our oversight visit, the MM told the committee that the intervention team that was brought in showed no improvement. Well, finally, there was a glimmer of hope, but the MEC then decided to abruptly end that whole intervention and the looting resumed. Masilonyana municipality could not pay its staff this month. The same situation occurs every second month. 1 month, the municipality paid the staff with vouchers from a local supermarket in lieu of salaries. In 1 month, 11 Free State municipalities could not pay their salaries. The Free State needs real intervention. We will not support this report. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. The EFF.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. First, in the state of the provincial municipalities in the Free State, the portfolio committee was informed that only Lijole district was fairly stable, meaning that not even stability in the said municipality is stable enough to reach 100%, but fairly stable. Second is that of the 23 municipalities at risk and requiring monitoring and support, half of the 23 are still dysfunctional and require intensive intervention. We have argued in the committee previously that the debt owed to municipalities at escalating levels is greater than the monies that are owed to municipalities, and thus they will be able to easily pay for the debt that is owed by municipalities to Armscor. And third, the entire provincial intervention is used to set out ambitions of administrators to apply for vacancies rather than resolving problems relating to lack of services to residents of the municipalities. Fourth, this is clear in the case of Mukaka local municipality, where a municipality appointed municipal manager illegally who served in the municipality and as corporate director, who then got arrested for crimes relating to theft and common assault. This is the same in Ketwane local municipality, where the ruling party appointed a chief executive officer who has many cases against him. These incompetencies happen while water leakages, sewer spillages, potholes, and waste management are the breeding ground for diseases mostly affecting young women and the elderly, hence violating their rights to privacy and rights to dignity. Municipalities under the Free State cannot be able to reach own targets of 2004 upgrade of the informal settlements and the 2006 eradication of bucket system, particularly in Buchabela section D and sections T, F, L, and V, where there are pit latrine toilets, and this is the same across the Mangaung Metro. 7 is that the committee is still awaiting a section 70 or a section 106 report, which should be able to provide the committee with details into who was involved in wrongdoing, how were they involved, and what are the consequences. Poor environmental waste management and political instability in councils like Mangaung, Metsimahulu, and Masilonyan will prompt yet another protracted and unsuccessful intervention process, and no legacy programs for the municipality to draw lessons from. Hence, communities continue to be at the receiving end of non-compliance, financial management, and corruption. Lastly, the Auditor General emphasizes that the provinces focus on empowering the new crop of political leadership emerging from local government elections of 2021. She further notes that the regression of discipline around the administration of financial misstatements, while 23 municipalities could not submit financial statements. We reject this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Accountability is one of the democratic values entrenched in the Constitution of South Africa. It is a value recognized throughout the Constitution, from the lawmaking organs of the state and the executive to the judiciary and all public functionaries. The value of accountability underscores everything that has been done, will be done, and should be done, or at least that is ideally how things should be. The report states that nearly half of the Free State's 23 municipalities are at risk and require close monitoring and support. The other half is completely dysfunctional and requires intensive intervention. Upon further interrogation of the report, the IFP notes with grave concern that the common denominator in most of the difficulties faced by Free State municipalities is the glaring lack of accountability and transparency. Issues such as municipalities dismissing senior officials without following the appropriate procedure, the failure to disclose performance incapacities in annual financial statements, and an overall regression in submitting financial statements should be sounding alarming bells, as these actions signal a clear shift towards a culture of impunity. Accountability servant leadership, and responsive governance are the values that the IFP wishes to see on display. As this will indicate that municipal officials are governing with integrity. However, reading through the list of inadequate and substandard trade services, which include dysfunctional water, wastewater treatment plants resulting in sewage overflows, shows that there is a high level of disregard for how this mismanagement of municipalities impacts those living in the communities. It is of great concern that no municipality in the province has attained a clean audit and that municipal debt and insolvency are escalating. Not only does this signal inadequate financial management controls, but it also indicates that the previous recommendations made by this committee and the Auditor General have not been sufficiently implemented. Therefore, we should question the format of oversight visit and the emanating recommendations. They must be changed in a way that will ensure inadequacies and that witness the municipalities are addressed and not just lamented. Further, the IFP wants to reiterate one of the observations raised by the committee in the report. Oversight structures cannot simply list the challenges facing municipalities in the province. There needs to be a concise action plan that speaks to how these issues will be addressed and ultimately solved. The IFP will accept this report. Money cannot
Thank you
just
very much.
disappear out
Your
of the
time
blue.
is up.
People must account all the time.
ACDP.
We have no report, thank you.
FF plus.
Honorable House Chair, the Free State municipalities is unsustainable and at the brink where more money won't make a difference in the total decay of the municipality. We must stop calling it oversight and rather call it an inspection into the ANC legacy. Die probleme wat geïdentifiseer was is gebrek aan watervoorsiening, gebrek aan elektrisiteitsvoorsiening, besoedeling van natuurlike hulpbronne, gebroke infrastruktuur, swak instandhouding, geen beplanning, geen uitvoering van besluite, geen politieke wil. En so kan ons aangaan. In short, the ANC government created challenges. Great White Elephants was built in a tone of millions and can't be used due to the fact that no maintenance is taking place. In short, white elephant stagnation. Black economic empowerment in local government, procurement, corruption, and political connected to entrepreneurs is but a few obstacles in local government creating a sustainable service delivery for communities. In short, municipal plunder squads. Mayor pitch up with a personal assistant that carry their briefcases and serving coffee, creating the impression that they are the most important person in a room and yet they should be the greatest servant to the respected communities. In short, ANC mayor arrogance. Management vacancies filled with acting persons, therefore no responsibility, and that leads to no accountability. The ANC government in these municipalities is not serious about governance. The community called out their frustration with these governments that do not take the time to listen to them. In short, lack of accountability. Management and civil servants has no regard for law, disrespects the oversight, even when Parliament is there and its processes. Disrespect to the democracy and disrespect to communities. In short, Kader deployed disrespect to democracy. The ANC has grown to be greater than the communities that supports them. Money has been stolen, mismanaged, and thrown to overpriced tenders to such a point that service delivery cannot take place. Salaries cannot be paid on a monthly basis. Third-party payments don't get done, leading to municipal servants not being able to go on the deserved pension, and the normal function of a municipal government has become irrelevant. In short, an ANC-run black hole government. Therefore, Honourable House Chair, let me summarize the outcome of the investigation into the legacy of the ANC. ANC government created challenges, white elephant stagnation, municipal plunder squads, ANC mayor arrogance, lack of accountability, cadre deployment, disrespect to democracy, and lastly, ANC-run black hole governments. South Africa deserves a better future through better governance. Therefore, government without the ANC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ACDP.
No declaration, thank
you. Thank you. UDM.
No declarations, Chair.
ATM. Good. NFP. AIC. Co, PAC, Al-Jamaa.
No declaration, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Right from the beginning, let us register that the ANC support this report. Honorable House Chair, the sobering oversight visit to the Free State province highlights many common challenges that local government is confronted with. In many respects, it reaffirms the correctness of our decision that during the sixth term of Parliament, we need to physically visit as many distressed municipalities and metros and suggest practical proposals that will assist the situation. If we are serious about what the Freedom Charter articulates, that open quote, the people shall govern, close quote, then we have to transform a subculture that has embedded itself in municipalities' function. Subculture is neither helpful nor is going to improve the lives of the people who need functioning municipalities to improve to their basic needs. Local government transformation is about, open quote, building a local government that provides effective basic services and with a capabilities to take forward a far-reaching agenda of local economic development, whilst at the same time placing people and their involvement at the center of this process, close quote. This is what as Parliament and the ANC caucus we are trying to achieve. The building of a capable and developmental local government can be achieved through strengthening its political and administrative interface to work in a mutual reinforcing manner and not antagonistic, as it is the case in what we have experienced in many municipalities we visited on the oversight. Ensuring effective integrated planning, project planning coupled with project management and a coordinated system dealing with service delivery function is the message that we are that we carried on our oversight visit. Again, these matters are underpinned by policy in local government. So we're only expecting adherence to policy ensuring surely not a difficult thing to do. We tried to establish if the people work with local government to achieve these goals, and we got very mixed messages which reflect challenges. Certainly, our experience is that the people of the Free State are demanding.
Dit wil sê jy R14,000 betaal daar vir 'n Ford Mustang uit die fucking boks uit. En 'n police.
Honorable member, Honorable Bason, sorry, please mute. Proceed, Honorable Msimang.
Okay, we tried to establish if people work better with a local government at these goals, and we got the very mixed message, which reflect challenges. Certainly, our experience is that the people of Free State are demanding accountability together with consequence management for failure to account. The State of Local Government report highlighted that municipalities continue to be engulfed in challenges of unhealthy political administrative interference, poor governance, financial mismanagement, and lack of service delivery. One of the key sources of political instability in municipalities are factional battles in political parties. And before the opposition want to howl, this applies to them, to the municipalities that are run by the opposition and their friends sitting next to them. Was the rationale behind the removal of the certain constitutional assigned powers and functions from the district municipalities in the province, in the district we visited, is unacceptable, and we require a written explanation. The oversight visit revealed that many of the district municipalities suffered from similar challenges. That does not exclude the DA Rand municipality. In many of municipalities, pure human resource management are a dominant feature. The dismissal of senior officials without following proper procedures have led to litigations and have resulted in irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Extremely poor level of revenue collection by municipalities, non-payment of municipal services by municipalities, coupled with poor enforcement of credit controls, have all resulted in debt owed to municipalities. At the same time, municipalities in Free State reflect the national scenario of high level of indebtedness of ESCOM, water boards, and the third parties such as pension funds, the South African Reserve Revenue Service, and medical aid scheme. With regards to lack of regular maintenance of infrastructure, this has led to high level of water and electricity distribution losses. Again, the Free State reflects the national average with high rates of unemployment that have led to increased indigenous registers and dependence on government grants. Notwithstanding the challenges, progress was recorded during the visit. There is progress with regards to consequence management, intensifying the removal of ghost employees, better intake of revenue, implementation of disciplinary committees, decreasing fruitless and wasteful expenditure, paying off some of debt owed to ESCOM and water boards, advertising vacant posts and appointing individuals so that stability is achieved in in all the municipalities. We welcome the performance agreements that have been signed by, as this is an indication of attention to human resource development and accountability. We want to register that the ANC supports this report, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
The Chief Whip of the majority party, what do we do with the reports?
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yeah, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF plus.
Thank you. With all those objections, the report is accordingly agreed to. We now come to motions without notice. Any member of the ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The motion on the passing of the 7 people after gunmen opened fire on Joburg street vendors. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House 1 notes with deep sadness the passing of the 7 members and the injury of 4 others when gunmen opened fire on street vendors and bystanders in Finetown, south of Johannesburg on Saturday, the 28th of October. 2, believes that the 4 suspects tried to rob the street vendors, and after resistance from vendors, they shot randomly, killing 7 and injuring 4 people in the process. 3, understands that the 3 men and women died at the scene and 2 women died on arrival at the hospital, and the 7th person also died in hospital the following day. 4, calls on the SAPs to leave no stone unturned in the investigation and bring perpetrators of this terrible act to book. And 5, convey our deepest condolences to the family of the deceased and wishes the injured a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Pinelands North Primary School right here in Cape Town, identified as leading institution in fostering an inclusive culture and school community, was one of the top 3 finalists in a competition to name the world's best school in overcoming adversity. Further notes that the school secured its place in the final from 300,000 other schools, also competing in the same category by embracing innovation and fostering an environment that allowed learners to flourish no matter the challenges they faced. Acknowledges that oversight to the school revealed a high degree of parent involvement, a positive disciplinary approach which instilled good values, a functioning school governing body, excellent leadership from the principals and teachers, and a supportive provincial Department of Education, which created an environment that encouraged teaching quality. Recognizes that learners and educators managed to create an excellent learning environment despite the socioeconomic and physical challenges the community faces, and that the learners' unique needs and potential caught the attention of the judges. Congratulates the educators, learners, staff, and school governing body of Pinelands North Primary School on this major achievement and wishes them success for the future. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. The EFF?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that the House notes the recently concluded 20th Congress of the Communist Party of China, which marked a landmark in the development of China through socialism with Chinese characteristics. Further notes that the Communist Party of China has provided the most resilient alternative for development to the rest of the world, proving that societies can and are able to develop outside of the prescribed new liberal prescriptions of the global West. Acknowledges that the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China remarked at the beginning of the Congress that, I quote, "Our experience has taught us that at a fundamental level, we owe the success of our party and socialism with Chinese characteristics to the fact that Marxism works, particularly when it is adapted to the Chinese context and the needs of our times," close quote. Further acknowledges that China has been able to eliminate poverty, eliminate illiteracy, and is able to provide self-perpetuating development for that country precisely because of the system they have adopted for development, from which the rest of the developing world can learn. Congratulates the Communist Party of China and its General Secretary, Xi Jinping, for a successful completing of their 20th
Thank
Congress.
you very much.
And wish the people of the Republic
Thank
of China
you.
success over the coming years.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that Ms. Nerina Ramsamy, 53 years old from Umzindo, is the winner of the National Kada Asma Lifetime Achievement Award for Teaching Excellence. Further notes that the St. Patrick's Primary School teacher trained at the now defunct Springfield Teachers Training College, where she obtained a senior primary teaching diploma, cum laude, and also holds a B.Ed honors degree, cum laude from UNISA. Understands that she and other recipients in 13 categories received their awards from KZN Education MEC Mbali Fraser on the 15th of October 2022. Further understands her colleagues, Ms. Nzuki Duma, clinched the award for excellence in grade R teaching, and congratulates Ms. Ramsamy and her colleague on their much-deserved award, and thank them for their dedication and commitment to nurturing the minds of school learners. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. IFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Encounter Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that on 29th October 2022, the President of the Republic of South Africa handed over a certificate of appointment to His Majesty King Mitsuzulu Singobile Kaswelithini at the Moses Mabhida Stadium, appointing him as King of the Zulu Nation. Congratulates His Majesty the King on a successful handing over ceremony and thanks him for his words of wisdom on the occasion as he begins his reign. Wishes His Majesty strength and courage as he leads his people in the pursuit of social and economic justice, development, unity, and peace. Further acknowledges the role of the traditional Prime Minister to the Zulu monarch and nation, His Excellency Mtwanawa Pendangana, who received the highest honor of a gift of a lion's skin bestowed upon him by His Majesty the King himself in honor of his defense of the monarchy. 5, further acknowledges His Majesty's committee, the presidency, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, and the interministerial task team for working together to ensure a successful handing over ceremony. And finally, further notes that this ceremony, following the traditional coronation ceremony of Ukungena Sbayeni on 20th August 2022, has incontestably installed the 9th King of the Zulu Nation. Wena wendlovu. Bayete.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. FF plus?
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move that the House notes with sadness the passing of the well-known and beloved Afrikaans actress, Ms. Francie Swanepoel, at the age of 50 in October of this year. That the House further notes that Swanepoel was a prolific TV presenter, newsreader, producer, director, and actor who matriculated from Linden High School in Johannesburg and graduated with a drama degree from the University of Stellenbosch, as well as that she played well-known roles in several television shows and movies such as Binnelanders, Getroud met Rugby, Liense Langstaanskoene, Die Vierde Kabinet, Spoorloos, Sterlopers, and Stroomop, and thus became a household name in Afrikaans homes across the country. That our deepest condolences be conveyed to her family and other loved ones, and that she be remembered for her remarkable contribution to the South African entertainment industry. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. ANC?
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that the well-known South African Catholic priest, anti-apartheid activist, and international renowned theologian and author, Father Albert Nolan, passed on the 17th of October at the age of 88. Acknowledges that he was awarded the Order of Luthuli in silver by then President Thabo Mbeki in 2003 for his lifelong dedication to the struggle for democracy, human rights and justice, and for challenging the religious hearsay of theological justifying the crime of apartheid. Further acknowledges that his dedication to the anti-apartheid struggle saw him decline the prestigious role of Master of the Dominic Order, to which he was elected in 1983, as it would have meant him being transferred to the Order's Rome headquarters, and he wanted to rather remain in South Africa. Remembers that as a priest, activist, actor, and renowned theologian, Father Nolan ordered a forceful yet gentle message of hope, particularly hope in the building of a non-racial, non-sexist, peaceful, and environmental sustainable South African and the world. And the ANC extend its condolences to the family and
you.
friends of Father Nolan and to the Catholic Church.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. ACGP?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP moves without notice that the House notes that Power Group founder Graham Power, who is known for bringing together people of different races to pray for Africa, for choosing ethical leadership and for fighting corruption, sadly passed away on October 14 this year. Noting that Power was one of South Africa's most recognized business leaders, having won various awards and accolades over the years, and was voted Businessman of the Year numerous times and received civic honors from the Mayor of Cape Town in recognition of his contribution to the transformation of society. Noting in 2001, Power initiated a stadium gathering in Cape Town, which saw 45,000 Christians praying for the needs of the country, and that by 2010, that movement grew to become the largest prayer gathering in recorded history, with about 350 million people from 220 countries participating in the Global Day of Prayer on Pentecost Sunday. Noting further that in 2006, he launched Unashamedly Ethical, a global anti-corruption movement, which is now in 144 countries and which also has a youth arm. Noting lastly that he found Heal Our Nation, Heal Our Land, an initiative focusing on the development of sustainable solutions following the unrest and looting in KZN and Gauteng in 2021. Expresses its deepest condolences to his wife, Lauren, children, Gary, Eileen, Nadine, Stephen, and Elaine, and grandchildren and siblings on the passing of Grandpa, who has left such a lasting legacy, not only in South Africa, but across the
Are
world.
there any
I thank you.
objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. UDM?
Thank you, House Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House, one, congratulates Sadio Mane for winning the Socrates Award for the extraordinary social commitment at an award ceremony in Paris. Mane is an exceptional Senegalese professional footballer who plays for Bayern Munich in Germany and the Senegal national team. Further congratulates Mane for being the first recipient of the new trophy, which honors footballers who campaign for integration, climate protection, disadvantaged people, and those who are threatened by conflict. Acknowledges that Mane is the reigning African Footballer of the Year for 2022 after his team Senegal won the African Cup of Nations. Further acknowledges that Mane is not just the best footballer, but also makes an impact far beyond the pitch. He has built a public hospital and funded schools and families in his home village of Mbambali in recent years, and also donated to the Senegalese National Committee to help fight the COVID pandemic. Encourages footballers all over the world, and in particular in Africa, to follow Mane's footsteps by contributing positively to social change through projects aimed at building a better world for all. Wishes Sadio Mane well in his football career, his humanitarian projects, and future endeavors. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? None, agreed to. ATM? GA?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with sadness the tragic passing of 23-year-old LEAP officer from Bishop Lavis Alces River, Mr. Alessandro Haynes, on the 1st of October, 2022. Further notes that Mr. Haynes was off duty when he was killed, fighting against the very criminals that he dedicated himself to protecting communities against. Acknowledges that Mr. Haynes served with pride and dedication as a LEAP officer for the City of Cape Town since his appointment in 2017, and that he was a talented trumpet player with a bright and promising future ahead of him. Recognizes the immense contribution Mr. Haynes made in serving his community and the residents of Cape Town by making it a safer place for all. Conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Mr. Haynes. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the recently concluded historical elections in Brazil, which saw President Lula da Silva getting re-elected back into office in that country. Further notes that President da Silva was president of Brazil between 2003 and 2010. And during that period, he oversaw massive social and economic development in Brazil, underpinned by a comprehensive social protection system called Bolsa Familia, which led to the reduction of abject poverty and social inequalities, which had become synonymous with that country for generations. Acknowledge that in his first stint as president, President Lula promoted and actively partook in the promotion of South-to-South global cooperation and relationship building with countries of the South. Further acknowledge that it was his progressive domestic and international politics that led to his persecution and eventual arrest, because it is the very nature of imperial forces to punish those who disturb their global dominance. Acknowledge that his is President Lula's progressive politics that make him a beacon of hope for millions in the global south who are still strangled by poverty and underdevelopment. And his re-election inspires hope that with the right kind of leadership, we too can be able to overcome our challenges. Congratulate President Lula and the people of Brazil and encourage them to never to waver in their commitment to social justice and economic justice.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? None agreed to. ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that after 6 months without a chairperson of the IEC, President Cyril Ramaphosa filled the vacancy by appointing Mr. Mosotho Moepia on the 14th of October 2022. Further notes that before Mr. Moepia was elected to the commission, he started working at the IEC in 1998, holding various positions, including Director of the Electorate Logistics, Senior Management of the Electorate Logistics, Planning and Infrastructure, Deputy Chief Electorate Officer, and Chief Electorate Officer. Acknowledges that he holds an MBA degree and other degrees. Further acknowledges that Mr. Moepia has extensive knowledge and experience on the powers and function of the Electoral Commission and offer its well wishes to him and believes that he will rise to the challenges of his new post. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion? None agreed to. Good. NFP? ANC? ANC?
Thank you, House Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with deep sadness the passing on of former South African Olympian table tennis star and progressive and fair women's sport activist, Ms. Cheryl Roberts, who passed on after a battle with cancer at the Netcare Parklands Hospital in Durban on Friday, the 7th of October, 2022, at the age of 62. Further notes that she first made a name for herself when she represented South Africa in the 1992 Summer Olympic Games in Barcelona as part of the table tennis team. Understands that the establishment of her own publishing agency and produced various publications of the champions of anti-apartheid sport and promoting Black women, their work, agency, and highlighting struggles. Acknowledges that she spoke out at the lack of transformation in sport, the marginalization of women and girls in sport, and the corruption in sport management, development, and sponsorship, and extend its sincere condolences to the Roberts family, along with everyone she impacted on during her life. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion? None agreed to. AIC? COPE? ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that a postgraduate researcher at Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Nehemiah Latola, will represent South Africa online at the International Fame Lab 2022 Science Communication Competition on the 25th November 2022. Further notes that this follows Dr. Latola's discovery of safe ways to treat diabetes based on indigenous knowledge on medical plant remedies, which earned him top spot in the South African leg of the International Fame Lab Science Communication Competition on Monday, 17 October 2022. Recalls that he captured the attention of the judges when he told them about his passion of tapping into South African wealth of indigenous knowledge, including natural remedies to treat diabetes. Acknowledges that his research in phytochemistry, the branch of chemistry concerned with plants and plant products, is focused on evaluating the safety and efficiency of natural products to treat this metabolic disorder, and congratulates Dr. Latola on winning the South African leg of the Fame Lab. So I move. Thank you.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion? None agreed to. The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with sadness the tragic passing of the veteran broadcaster, Mr. Robert Jeremy Clayton Mansfield, at the age of 59 on Monday, the 31st of October, 2022, due to complications related to liver cancer. Further notes that Mr. Jeremy Mansfield is best remembered as a larger-than-life personality who presented and anchored a variety of shows on radio and television, from his first show on Capital FM in 1985 to his regular shows on Radio 702 and Highway Stereo, Supersport, and his successful Mansfield in the Morning show on Hot FM since 2018. Acknowledges that Mr. Mansfield won at least 11 annual awards during his lifetime, including the AA Veto Award for the Most Promising Young South African Actor in 1990, and various awards more recently for Best Breakfast Show, Best Content Production, and Best Breakfast Show Presenter. Recalls that Mr. Mansfield also had an enormous passion for charity work, that he worked with the Here for Life Trust and served as the patron alongside Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu of the Sunflower Fund, and that former President Nelson Mandela personally thanked Mr. Mansfield on at least one occasion for raising over 12 million rand for charity. Recognizes that Mr. Mansfield was a shining South African and that he shall be much missed, and conveys its heartfelt condolences to Mr. Mansfield's wife, Jackie, and daughter, Gabriella, his friends, relatives, and colleagues. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Any
I so
objection
move.
to the motion? No objections agreed to. PAC? Al-Jama?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Al-Jama party moves without notice that the House notes the sudden death of Mr. Ihsan Bihadin, chairperson of the Majlis Shura al-Islami, the first Muslim parliament for Muslims in the Western Cape since 1960. Further notes that he was a teacher and the principal of Vista High School in the Boekap, the Malay Quarter. Acknowledges that he is the author of 3 books on the life of Sheikh Saki Hamildin, who was a prominent South African Islamic scholar and co-author of Tawheed, the Oneness of Allah. Sheikh Saki's work was largely in Afrikaans. Further acknowledges that Mr. Ihsan Bihadin obtained his doctorate in education in 2013 at the age of 63. I move that the House sends condolences to the Bihadin family and Majlis Shura al-Islami.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? None agreed to. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of Deputy Chairperson of the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Vakala, whose badly burnt body was found on Tuesday, the 25th of October 2022 in dense bushes close to the R334 and R335 in Motherwell, Kaber. Further understands that Mr. Vakala left his home on Saturday, the 22nd of October, to take his car in for repairs in Kwazakele and never returned home, after which his family reported him missing on Sunday, 23rd October. Notes that his vehicle was found abandoned in Wells Estate the following Monday. Remembers that Mr. Vakala is as a loyal and forthright activist who served the ANC with integrity and never wavered in his fight for democracy and social justice. Commends the police for the swift arrest of a suspect who will appear in court soon, and conveys its deepest condolences to the family of Mr. Vakala, his colleagues and comrades in the ANC and NEHAU. So I move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? None agreed to. That, honorable members, concludes motion without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Any member of the ANC? Ndiyabulela, mhlali ngaphambili. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates improving the management and training of community health workers to improve preventative care in communities. I thank you. Thank you. The DA.
Debuela Slalo, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates the true state of the National Skills Fund and steps that need to be taken to ensure that millions of South Africans who need skilling and are unemployed are assisted through the fund. I so move.
Thank you. The
Hey,
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF for the House to debate in its next sitting community participation in the conceptualization, selection, planning, implementation, and design and maintenance of projects in municipalities, taking into account the community's interest in choosing a level of service for which they are willing to pay. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates capacitating entrance into labor market with soft skills to improve interpersonal communication, since production is likely to be increasingly and more efficiently managed by automation. I so move.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the effects of the harmful illicit mining activities and illegal miners wreaking havoc in communities around the country. I so move.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby give notice on behalf of the FF Plus that at the next sitting of the House, I shall move that the House debates the debilitating effect that large-scale strikes have on service delivery in and the economy of South Africa and how ANC policy contributes thereto. I so move.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates dealing with all infrastructure delivery and maintenance backlogs swiftly and urgently. I so move.
Thank you. ACGP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that this House debates at its next sitting the structural changes that are necessary to grow the South African economy and reduce unemployment. I so move.
Thank you. UDM. ATM. DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the negative impact that ongoing load shedding, numerous vacancies, and infrastructure decay have on the healthcare sector and healthcare workers, and solutions to address these to ensure that healthcare, as envisioned in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, is rendered in the Republic. I so move.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. I write on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in the next House sitting, this House debate the failure of the administration of the SRD grant, the poor payment system of this grant, the continuous decline status of applicants of this grant fraudulent activities, technical errors, the errors experienced by beneficiaries trying to access their grants at retailers, and caregivers that not receive their grants. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. As we prepare to leave for COP27 this weekend in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates the implementation and the monitoring of South Africa's national climate change obligations. I so move.
Thank you. Good. NFP. The ANC. ANC,
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the critical role that manufacturing and agro-processing are playing in reviving the economy and placing it on an upward trajectory. Thank you, Chair.
thank you. AIC. Cope, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates eradicating the national myth that promotes university education as the first best choice rather than exploring the advantages of vocational and technical training. So I move, thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the urgent need to ensure that millions of hectares of rural land still registered and owned by apartheid-era nomenclature, such as the erstwhile Minister of Native Affairs, Dr. AJ Verwoerd, the Transkei government, and the South African Bantu Trust, are deregistered and transferred to beneficiaries to provide them with secure property rights. I so move.
Thank you. The PAC. Al-Jama.
I, MGE Hendricks, hereby give notice that on the next sitting, the House debates whether it is appropriate for the media to ascribe terror alerts to a religion, including Islam, as such reports are causing harm to not only a section of religious communities in South Africa, but affecting and undermining the nation who live in harmony with one another. Further, whether media houses who do this should face sanctions.
Thank you. The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next House sitting, it debates strengthening procurement process in government and supply chain in the private sector so that township, village-based informal sectors may also benefit from it. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes notices of motion and the business for the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.